Welcome back, guys. Hope you're all doing great. And today's in this course, we're gonna learn how to build an hybrid mobile application by using Expo React Native, and we're gonna use the Sanity.io for our content management system. We are using the Sanity to build this nice website, and it's giving a lot of user-friendly options to build this nice website just by modifying their schemas and everything. And we are going to build the complete mobile application by using the Expo React Native, of course. And this project is going to be built completely from the ground. We are not using any external plugins or anything to do the onboarding screens or the product screens or the cart screens or even the bottom tab navigations also. Well, let me explain the project, what exactly that we're going to build in this course. Well, you can able to see here that we're having this nice web UI, which having the category and which having the list of products also over here. And I can able to adjust this products lively, and because this project is deployed in a live server. All right. So I can able to add or delete or alter a new project, product or alter the existing product over here. So here you can able to see this, that we're having a mobile app, which is a completely hybrid application, and it's having an onboarding screen. So basically the onboarding screen will be loaded only once by the time when the user is installing for the very first time. So you can able to see here that we have three different screens, which briefly explains about our product, and you can move back and forth, and you can see that paginations options also. And once I reach the end of the screen, so that will automatically takes the user to the product screen, where the user can able to see all the products. And now you can able to see here the onboarding screen, it's loaded. So let me change the our option. So by using the asynchronous storage, we can make sure that the onboarding screen will be loaded only once. So let me change this condition over here. Now, even after, if I'm rendering it, if I'm reloading the app, you can able to see that the onboarding screen will be loaded only once. Look at that. And you can see here we're having this nice bottom tab navigation, and which is indicating the active screens also. So now if I get back to the cart screen, and that is giving the cart page as the active screen, and if I'm jumping back to the home screen, and that's give us the home as the active screen. All right, and user can able to filter the entire products also. Well, this bottom tab navigation, it's like it's completely built from the ground. We are not using any default options which is provided by the React navigations. All right, so if I want to filter it, I can search the name. So let's say if I'm searching for any term, so that will get filtered instantly. And if I am searching for something which is not available there, that will gives this nice activity indicator and along with that message also. And if I'm deleting it, that will be instantly updated over there. All right, so let's say if I'm tapping any one specific product, so let's see how the product screen is being built. So if I open any specific product, you can see what kind of category it is, and you can see the background image and have the product main hero image, and you can able to see the name and the description about it, what's the price about it. And if we having this nice options to increase and decrease the quantity, I can increase the quantity, but I can't decrease the quantity less than 1. It will not allow you to decrease the quantity less than 1. So let me increase it, and currently it's showing the option is add to cart. Once I hit add to cart, this will be completely pushed to the cart. Well, we are using the Redux store to maintain all these data throughout the components. Well, Redux store will serves as a data layer for our states, where the place where we can able to store all these states together. Of course, we are going to use the Redux in this tool in this course, and I'm going to show you how to configure and use it completely from the ground. All right, so now it's added. So let me get back to the previous screen, and let me try to add a new product. And this product, let me add this one. If I try to hit add option, because it's constantly showing the added, because the same product is already added in the cart. So you're not supposed to add the same product again and again and again. All right, so let me get back to here, and let me add few more products. Let's say I'm going to add this specific product. Let me add this one. And now if I hit back the cart screen, so if I click the cart screen over here, you can able to see all the cart items, how many items in the bag, and what is the subtotal, and what are the shipping costs, and what is the overall cost. And if I get back to the previous screen, so it will immediately jump back to the previous screen where you left back. All right, so let me go to the product screen again, and there you can able to see all the products over here. And let's say if I want to remove this product, all I have to do is to use the gesture handlers. Let's say I want to remove this, so I'll swipe it right, and that will remove completely from the cart, and you can able to see that total is also get updated. So let me swipe this right, you can see it's removed, and I can swipe this also right, and now the entire cart is empty, so this image is being displayed over there. So now let me go ahead and add one more product. Now we can see that product is removed, so that's the reason it's not showing that product is not already added. It's showing the same option as add to cart. So hit this, and now the product is again added to the cart, and now we can see the total and the calculations and everything is perfectly maintained over there. So well, let me give you a quick recap. In this course, you're going to learn how to build a complete hybrid mobile applications by using the Expo React Native and Sanity.io, and I'm going to guide you throughout the sessions line by line. Even if you don't have any idea on mobile application build, I'm going to guide you through it. All right, so let's jump into the course. All right then, so let's create a new project folder over here. So I'm going to name this folder as YouTube Beauty App. So here we go, YT Beauty App. So let me open this project folder in the Visual Studio Code, new terminal folder, and code space dot. All right, so open it. So you can use your favorite editor as you wish. In this case, I'm going to use the Visual Studio Code. All right, so before starting the project, you have to make sure that you are already successfully installed the Node.js in your machine. So please go ahead and download and install the Node.js, and please download the recommended version for all the users so that you will not run into some random issues or bugs anymore. All right, so then once you install that application successfully, and you have to make sure whether that application is installed in your machine or not. To check that, all you have to do is to run this command node -- version in the terminal. So that will gives you the version number. 1 second. Hyphen version, it's showing wrong. Why? So let me open in my terminal over here, node -- version. I think I written the version spelling wrong. Yes, there we go. So that's returning my version number over here. All right, so please go ahead and download the recommended versions for your machines. All right, once you're successfully done with that, now I need to create 2 separate folders over here. So let me right click and create a new folder over here called app, and let me create a new folder over here called not file, a new folder called server, and I'm going to create a new file over here called readme.md. So this is a file which is going to help us to customize our GitHub repository. All right, and inside these 2 files also I'm going to create a same files. So I'm just going to create a new file over here called readme.md. Later I'm just going to delete it, and I'll replace these files with our server coding or client coding and everything, readme.md, because we can't upload an empty folder in your GitHub profile. So that we need to have some file inside any of these 2 different folders, because these folders are not supposed to be empty when you're trying to upload it into the GitHub repository. All right, so now here, to customize your GitHub repository, you need to go through this documentations completely. So if you search for GitHub readme formatting, if you search for that, that will gives you the writing and formatting syntax. There you can able to go through the complete documentation, how to add a links, how to add a section links, and how to add the code inside your GitHub readme file. So please go through this documentation, take your time and go through it completely and understand how to format your readme GitHub repository readme file. All right, in this case, well, this is going to be the heading, and that the application name what we are building is BeautyBlend, your ultimate beauty hub. So this is the application that we are going to build. And then one more thing, so let me bring that over here. Right, so this is the file that the the project which we are going to build in this application. So I already dropped this link in the description below, so you can go ahead and download that complete assets folder which is necessary for this project. And inside that assets folder you can able to find this snap.png, which is giving the complete overview of our application. All right, so I need to display this in the readme. Once the users or anyone opening my GitHub repository about this project, they need to see this picture of our project, what exactly that project is all about. All right, so over here what I'm going to do is, so right after the heading I'm going to add, so in case if that image is not loading, we have to display some alternative text. So I'm just going to say thumbnail of the project. This will be loaded only if your image is not loaded over there properly. In this case, I'm just going to load this snap.png. Of course, it's coming from our root directory. That's the reason /snap.png. All right. So just like the same way, I just customized this project, added a lot of customized text over here. So in this case, I'm just going to copy and paste it over here. Later, you guys are able to copy it from this exact GitHub repository itself. All right, so save these changes. Now the readme file is, of course, it's customized, and I'm just going to copy this completely and I'm going to paste it in exactly all the readme file whatever we created so far. All right, in this case, for the readme of your app folder and your server folder, the snap.png is not in that location. You need to say /snap.png, because those two things are coming from the root directories, but this readme file is inside the app folder, so you need to add // over there. All right, so now this thing is successfully finished. Now what we need to do is we need to create a GitHub repository and then we need to push it over there. So let's go here and create a GitHub repository for this project. So that's what we are going to do next. Okay, then, so if you are working with the GitHub for the very first time, what you need to do is you need to install this application in your machine called Git. So please go ahead and download this Git and install it in your machine. So if you're using Mac or Windows, please download the necessary version of your which is supportable for your machine. And once it's successfully installed, all you have to do some configurations. So once you downloaded the Git, you need to open this Git bash. You can able to find this Git bash, this one, Git bash. So please open that application and then you need to configure your username and your email ID globally so that you can access the Git in any application in your machine. So all you have to search Git config username and email. So if you are searching for that, that will gives you the how to configure your first name and how to configure your email ID globally for your Git configurations. So you need to just copy these two commands and just change these placeholders over here and replace it with your email ID and your name. So that will install, that will help you to configure your email ID and your username globally so that you can able to access the Git throughout your any applications in your machines. All right. So once you successfully done with that, I'm going to open my GitHub account and I'm going to create a new repository over here. So let me create a new repository and I'm just going to give a name as YouTube Beauty Shop App React Expo July 4th 2023. All right, so now the name is successfully available and this is going to be the public, and I already added the readme file, so I don't need to add this and create the repository. All right, so now it's successfully created, so I can able to copy this link, or I can directly go to our Visual Studio Code and click this Git source control, and here I need to initialize the new repository. Click this, that will initialize the new repository. All right, and make sure that your readme file is detected from your app and server folder. That means your app folder and your server folders are detected successfully, so those folders will also be pushed into your GitHub repository. So in this case, I'm just going to say project initiated, and hit the commit option. So then what you need to do is, all you have to do is to hit this 3 dot over there and go to the remote and click add remote. once you click that add remote option, you can able to see add remote from the GitHub. So if you hit that button, so that will gives you the list of GitHub repository. Unless if you are not using this GitHub for very frequently, it will ask you to sign in first and authorize yourself to access your account and everything. So please go ahead and authorize yourself to access your GitHub repositories and everything. Once you finish that, you can able to see your application in the repository which you created, the top of the list. So select that and give a name for that. In this case, I'm just going to use the exact same name, YouTube Beauty Expo App. That's it. All right. So now we connected our remote. All I need to do is push this completely to our branch master. So let me go to the same option, hit that 3-dot option over there and go to pull or push. In this case, I'm just going to push to our GitHub. Choose your remote and this will push the complete files to your GitHub repository. So let me refresh this page, and there I can able to see the app and the server folder which I created and the readme file which I created. So that gives these complete information about this project, and you can able to see that image is loaded successfully. And if you scroll down, you can able to see all the information which is related to the project, so that the user whoever opens this repository, they can able to understand about this project completely. All right. So now the project is being successfully pushed to the GitHub. Then later what we need to do, whatever the changes we are making, all we have to do is to make the commit and push it to our GitHub repository. All right. So now let's move on to the server-side coding. All right then. So now let's move on to the server-side coding over here. So let me open my Visual Studio Code. And now what I need to do is, in this case, we are going to use the Sanity.io, which is the content management system. Of course, which is the highly customizable and collaborative content management system, which is really user-friendly for maintaining all the contents in a single place. Well, let's go here and search for Sanity latest version. All right, because there are two different versions over there, Sanity version number 2 and Sanity version number 3. In this case, we are going to use the version number 3. Where is this? Sanity Studio version 3. 1 second. Sanity v3 version 3. Yes, search for Sanity version 3 and then you can find the Sanity Studio version 3, a simplified yet and powerful customization tool. So hit it and that will take you to their official web page, and there you can able to find the command which helps you to install the Sanity at latest. So don't worry guys, if you're using Yon package, of course you can able to customize it, what package that you want to install by the time when you're configuring your Sanity Studio. All right, in this case I'm just going to copy this command and let's get back to the Visual Studio Code. And over here right now I don't need this readme file, so I'm just going to delete this, and later I can customize the readme file which is downloaded from the Sanity project file. All right, so I'm just going to delete this, right click and delete it. So my server folder is completely empty now. So all I have to do is to open the terminal. So hit the Ctrl J or Command J option in your keyboard. So then I need to move into the server folder. So change the directory to the server, cd server. So make sure that you are inside the server folder. All right. So here I'm just going to paste that command, npm create sanity at latest. So hit the enter. So that will start, and it's asking you to, do you want to install this package? Of course, I need to install this package, and this is downloading all the necessary files now. So let's wait until this successfully downloaded. So here we go. So now it's asking me to choose the existing project or to create a new project. In this case, we are just going to create a new project because we haven't created any project before. All right. So I'm just going to hit the enter. So what's your project name is going to be? Of course, it's going to be Beauty App Server. All right. Hit the enter. So now it's trying to figure it out whether that project name is available or not. Of course, now it's showing what kind of data set that you're going to use. In this case, I'm just going to use the default dataset configurations. No changes in that. Hit the Y option. And now it's creating the data sets and everything. Usually it depends on your network speed, it will take some time, so please wait until the next option has been shown up. All right, so now it's asking on which project folder that you want to set this. In this case, I'm just going to use the exact same folder which is listing out over here. I'm not going to change anything, so I'm just going to hit the enter and now it's asking you to what kind of template that you want to use it. In this case, I'm just going to use the block schema because we don't want to create a clean project unless, because we are going to modify the block schema because so that you can able to understand how exactly the schema is created and how exactly they've been configured, so you can able to easily customize it. Even as you're a beginner, if you're using it for first time, that will really helpful. All right, so I'm just going to use the block schema, click the enter. And do you want to use the TypeScript? No, we are going to use the JavaScript. All right, and now you can able to see there already the files and everything, it's been downloaded, and along with that readme.md file is also downloaded, right? In this case, I'm just going to use the yarn package. I'm not on package installer, I'm not going to use the npm, so choose the yarn and hit enter. So this might take some time, so please wait until it's successfully downloaded, and I will join you back once it's successfully downloaded. Okay then, so now the server side files and everything is successfully downloaded over here, and you can see we are having a bunch of commands to access our Sanity project. So if you want to access all these commands and everything in your terminal, so before starting into it, you need to install this Sanity CLI. So please go ahead and download the Sanity CLI, the command line interface, and you need to install it globally, right? Only if you're installing it in a globally, you can able to access it, all the sanity commands. All right, so all I have to say is to download this npm install -g at sanity /CLI. So this will install the Sanity CLI globally so that you can access this Sanity commands easily. So I already did all those things. I don't need to install it one more time. All right. So let's get to the folders over here. So inside the server folder, we have the schema file, which is the really our kind of like our database files and everything. All right. So this is the index page where every schemas it's been configured over here. And if you go to the post.js, you can be able to see it's kind of like a table, like the field, whatever we created, like title, the slug and author and the main image and everything, it's been defined as a field over here. So let's start the server and let's see how exactly it's been looks like. So I'm just going to say sanity/manage. So that will takes you to the page where you can able to manage all your Sanity projects and everything. So in this case, this is the project which we have created. And you can see it's currently using the free plan, it's stated as, and the project ID. Has this project been deployed or not? No, of course we haven't deployed this project in the live server. Cool. Now we have ourselves the backend server. Let's go here and let's start our server. So all I have to say yarn dev. So this will trigger the development server of our backend file, and this is the local host. Hit it, and that will takes you to the local host server and sign in with your authentication provider. In this case, I'm going to use my Gmail account. There we go. So now we are inside our backend server file. So that will gives you a nice web UI where you can able to maintain all your data and everything. So later we are just going to customize these things, the post and author and everything. We are going to customize this field line by line completely for our customized APIs. All right, so that's what we are about to do next. All right then, so now let's stop our server. So let me stop the Sanity server, and here under the schema file, so what we have to do is we have to customize a lot in this. So in this case, I don't need this author, so I'm going to delete this, and I don't need this block category, block content something, so I'm just going to delete that one too. Oops, I think I deleted a wrong file. My bad. All right, so Control Z, so I bring back that file, and then I'm just going to delete the block content. All right, here we go. So now we need to customize the post category, and inside the category, so what I need to do, I need to keep the two different fields. One is title and another one is the category image. All right, so that's the field I need to keep inside. So before moving into that, let me open the file which I already created. Where it is, I think, yes, this, here we go, this is the one, so that we can able to see how exactly the fields and everything we need to configure. All right, this is the file which I already practiced, and here you can see all the products which I already added over here. See, these are all the products which I already added. And if you go to the category, you click the category, and there you can see the all the kinds of categories which already added over there. So let me open it, and then there you can able to see the title and the main image. All right, this is the thing which we need to customize. And if you go to the product screen, and under the product tab, open any one specific product, and there you can able to see the title, main image, and the background image, and what kind of product type it is, and what category type it's been the product is added, and what is the description, and what's the short description, and what's the price. These are all the fields that we need to add into our server, which we successfully created right now, and we are about to customize it right now. All right, so let's go ahead and let me close all the unwanted tabs. Let's keep this 2 different Sanity projects. All right, so here under this specific category, you can able to see this is the way where you need to define. You can able to see the define type, what is the name of that schema, what's the title. Name is for our backend purpose, and title is the place where it's gets displayed. All right, so in this case, I'm going to customize these fields. So I just need this string input, string field, the title field. Let's leave it as it is. And the second field is going to be the image field. So I'm just going to change this to image, main image. And then all I have to say the title as image or something. And what kind of type is going to be? Type, of course, it's going to be the image type. All right. And of course, we need all these customization options, like the cropping and all those options we need. So for that, we need to enable some options for images. So options, colon, open it, and enable this hotspot options. And I'm just going to say this option as true. Save the changes. Now the category is being updated. All right, so I don't have to change anything else on this. And let's get back to the post. And under the post, all right, so this post, I'm just going to change this name of this. So let me rename this file as well. I'm just going to change this file name as the products. And here I'm just going to change this as the products. The title also, it's going to be products title. And I don't need this slug, so let me delete this slug. Author, of course, we deleted the author. We don't need the author. Let's leave it as main image for now. Category, we need it. Publish tag, I don't need it. Body tag, I don't need this. Let me close this body tag. I don't need it. While removing, please make sure, and you can see I just selected the place where it's getting started, and I know where it's been ended. So please select it carefully. And if you are missing any comma or any brackets, it's really very hard to follow through and figure out what exact mistake it is. All right, so please delete it carefully. So now we have only 3 fields. So let's start customizing it. So this is going to be the main image. Let's copy this one more time because we need another image section, which is going to be the background image, right? So let me copy that and let me paste it over here one more time. And this case, I'm just going to change this to BG image. And this is going to be BG image, and no more options is going to be changed. Exactly the same thing. And right after that, what we need to display, we need to display the product type. And you can see it's showing the 4 different radio types buttons over there. All right, so let's go ahead and create that field. I'm just going to copy this one. And this is the place where the main image is being ended. All right, paste it over there. And I'm just going to keep this as the product type. And the title which we are displaying over there, it's going to be the product type. And the type of this field, of course, it's going to be the string. And I'm going to bring the options inside. Options. Under the options, I'm just going to create a new list of values. So list, and it's going to be a square bracket, open the square bracket. And inside here, I need to supply the objects. So basically, the first field is going to be the title. So what title that we have to display? Body lotion. So let me copy this, paste it over there. And then value of this product is going to be, this value is the server side object, and the title is as the string which we are about to display in the screen. So it's going to be the body lotion, and I'm going to copy it and paste it few more times. I forgot to add the comma, so please add the comma at the end. So this body lotion is supposed to be face wash, and here it's going to be face wash, and this one is supposed to be perfumes, and this one it's mouth cleanser, and this is going to be the mouth cleanser. All right, so since we successfully created, we need to specify what kind of layout that you need. So right after the square bracket, give the layout as drop down or radio. In this case, I'm just going to use it as radio button. All right, so then what we need to do after that, we can see we have the list of categories. So you need to make sure categories and the categories name, and this time instead of string we are using the array. All right, because we need to add the list of categories over here, so that is going to be the arrays. And I'm not going to add any string input, I'm just giving the reference of the categories which we created. So this field is of the type of references which we are trying to add. All we have to map the ID of the specific category whatever we created to this particular field. So that's what we are exactly doing in this particular position. All right, so once we successfully done with the categories, so then what we need to do, we need to add the description field. All right, so let me copy this first string and let me paste it over here. This is going to be the description, and let me paste it one more time, and that is going to be short description. Type is going to be string, and at last we need to add one more field, which is of course the most important field over here, that's the price, and that is going to be the price field, price, and this is going to be a number, and we need to add the description about this particular, the price of the product in USDs, something like that. Then, and this price field of course is really important field, so I need to make sure that none of the field, it's options, all the image, whatever the fields what we have, few of them is optional, few of them is it's compulsory. So we need to make sure this field, it's highly important. So what I need to do is, so let's add the validations. Let me open an arrow function, and inside here I'm just going to pass a rule parameter. So rule dot required, this is highly required, and this whatever the number which I am typing, everything it should be positive number. All right, and then at last we need to add one more options in it, options, and the format it's going to be currency format, currency. Make sure there is no spelling mistakes. So now let's save these changes and everything. All right, the file, everything is changed, and let's get back to the index. So let me delete everything over here, delete it, and let's delete all these import statements. So first what we need to do, we need to bring our product. So let's bring the product schema, then we need to bring the category schema. All right, so now we successfully finished all the schemas and everything. So let's go ahead and relaunch our backend server. So it's checking the configuration files and it's reloading all the files and everything. So let's go here and let's check it out. It's reloading the backend server which we created, and look at that, we have two different schema over here. One is category, and that's having two different fields. One is for our title and another one is for image, which we haven't added. And let's go for product, hit that, and there we can able to see all the products field which we created. All right, so then next, what's the most important thing we have to do is to add the data into our backend server. So that's what we are about to do next. All right then, so now let's open the assets folder. So you can able to download the assets folder from the description below. So I shared all these images which is necessary for this project, and here you can able to see the body lotions, categories, facials, cleansers, perfumes, products, and the images which is necessary for our what's that the onboarding scripts. All right, so let's go ahead and add the products one by one. Let me bring this to the screen. Oops, not this one. Let me bring this to over here. All right, so let me keep this side by side so that I can able to see it clearly. All right, so over here, so first I need to add the category. So let me hit the category. So I'll show you how to add the categories and everything. So once you understand how exactly you need to add the data and everything, so please pause the video and add all these products just like this. All right, add all these products just like this. In this case, I'm just going to show you one product, one record for each schema. All right, so the first category, what is the first category? Oral care. Oral care. So let me go to the categories, and there I can find the oral health.png. So let me drag it and drop it over there, and that will upload that png image, and you can able to see that it's been uploaded, and hit the publish button. Now this data is being published. Unless you not publish this document, it will not be listed out in your API. All right, so please make sure that you published it. So hit the product and click new product over here. And what is the first product we are added over here? Ideal body. Okay, let's choose any one. So let's go to the body lotions. Let's give this, okay, this is the same thing which we are getting over there. So I'm just going to give the name as ideal body lotion, and let me bring it over here. And for background images, you can go to the product BG folder, and there you can find some background images and choose the image which is look suitable for that particular product, and upload that background image by dropping it over that particular field. And in this case, this product type is going to be the body lotion, and choose the category, and the category is going to be this oral care. Of course, it's not an oral care, and I'm just going to list it out just because we added only one category over there. So the first thing is it's going to be what is the description. All right, so let me copy this description. I'm going to paste it over there. This description, and paste it over here. So the price of the field is going to be 9.79. All right, so you need to change the category of this product. So I just keep it simple so that you can able to understand how exactly we need to add the details and everything. So later, please add the respective categories and change the category of the each and every product. Please do upload all these products one after another. All right, so that you can able to work with the same data or like along with me. All right, in this case I published it, and since it's successfully running in our local host server, so I need to deploy it into a live link just like the same way what I did over here. So to do that, what we have to do is to let's get back over here and stop the local host server. All you have to say is Sanity deploy. So this will deploy this current server. So please make sure before running this command that you are inside the server folder. So every time whenever you're making some changes inside your schema files, you have to deploy it again. So that will take few seconds to reflect those changes in your live server. So hit the enter. So this will deploy the project, and now it's asking what kind of host name that you want to use. In this case, I'm just going to say YouTube Beauty App Expo. Hit the enter. So now that will use the exact same name. Now it's been successfully building the project folder, and it's trying to push it to our live link. So this might take few seconds, so please wait until it's successfully finished. And in this case, now it's successfully deployed in this link, and it's giving you the link of that particular live URL. So let's open it, and here we go. So there you can able to see the live link of your backend server. and hit the products, and you can able to see the product which we added in the local host and which user it's added. And currently it's showing me that I'm editing this document still in the local server. All right, that's fine. Okay, so take your time, pause the video, and then add all the necessary products which is given in this assets folder. Please add everything, and you can able to follow with me in this tutorial by using the exact same data what we are working with. All right, so please take your time and add all these products. So next we are going to move on to our front end, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so since we successfully deployed our server-side coding, so now let's move on to the front end. All right, in this case we are going to use the Expo, React Native Expo. All right, so let me close all these files and let me open the app folder inside this readme folder, which readme file which is not necessary. Let me delete it and keep the app file as empty. All right, so let's get back over here and let me close this and make this big screen, and let's search for React Native, not this one, React Native. So if you search for React Native, you can able to find this very first website link where you can able to understand about the React Native applications completely. So React Native is not that much harder if you already have some idea in the React.js, which is quite easy if you already have some idea in React.js and everything. All right, so hit this get started options, and basically we have two different options to work with the React Native. You can able to find out these two over here, which is Expo Go and React Native CLI. The difference between these two options is Expo Go is a beginner friendly. Even if you don't have any idea of mobile applications, or the hybrid applications development, you don't have to worry about it. But if you're working with React Native, which is quite complicated, because only if you already did something in mobile applications, either in Android or iOS, which you already have some knowledge in it, you can able to use the React Native CLI. In this case, I'm just going with Expo Go, which is really user friendly. All right. And since we are already using yarn for our server-side coding, and in this case I'm going to use the yarn only, I'm just going to copy this command and let's get back over here. And in this case I'm just going back to the app folder. So let's say cd space double dot, clear the screen and get back into the app folder, cd app. Please make sure that you are inside the app folder, and let me paste that command. So yarn create Expo App. I don't need this awesome project because otherwise it will create another folder inside the app folder. In this case we don't want to create another folder inside the app folder. So let's say yarn create Expo App dot slash, hit the enter. So that will download all the necessary files under this exact same folder itself, and you can able to see all these folders are being downloaded successfully. So this might take some time. All right, so let me pause the video and you guys please wait until it's successfully downloaded. All right then, so here my project is successfully downloaded, and you can able to see all the commands over here, yarn Android, yarn iOS and yarn web and all those things. So let's have a quick look in our app folder. You can able to see we having certain assets folder over here, and we having the config.js where we can able to configure our presets files and everything, and package.json. This is the important file where you can able to see all the scripts, and you can able to see the dependencies which is already added into this projects. Okay, let's get back to the app.js. You can able to see the view and text and status bar and everything. Basically view, that means if you already did some project in React.js, if you are working, you can able to easily understand these codings and everything, the functional components and how exactly it's been using the style components and everything. Well, in React Native, the view which is exactly similar to the division in the HTML in the React.js, and the text which is exactly similar to the paragraph or h1, h2, whatever it is, in React Native you need to use view and text. All right, so let's move into it one after another. So first what we have to do is we have to configure our Tailwind CSS. Basically we are going to use the Tailwind CSS to achieve this nice UI over here, this one. All this UI is all going to build by the Tailwind CSS. So that's what we are going to do next. So let's go ahead and to install all the necessary stuff. All right, then. So now what we need to do is to, before starting installing the Tailwind CSS and everything, so we need to make sure how exactly we need to run this project. So before starting running your project, you need to install, if you're using Windows, so please go ahead and download the Android Studio. So that Android Studio, which helps you to download the all the SDKs which is necessary for running the Android simulators and everything. All right, so please go ahead and download the Android simulator and create your Android simulator to run your hybrid applications. All right, so please go ahead and download the Android Studio. So once you successfully download the Android Studio, so now for the Mac users, you guys need to download the Xcode. If you search for Xcode, so you need to download and install the Xcode from your App Store. And once you successfully installed your Xcode application, you can able to start your simulator. So all you have to do is to open your simulator. That's it. So that will open your simulator. So by default, it will open the simulator with the latest iPhone model. So in case if you want to change your mobile simulators and everything, just you have to go to the simulator over here and go to the settings and configure whatever the settings or mobile, whatever you wish for. All right, so let me adjust the screen. So now my simulator is successfully opened over here, and now I need to start my applications. All I have to say on start. So that will start the application, and that will gives you the list of options over here. So don't worry about the simulators or the emulators. All you have to do is to connect your mobile phone with your USB cable with your laptop, and you can directly check your changes and everything in your mobile phone itself. Or here you can able to see this barcode options. So all you have to do is to scan this barcode, and you can able to download this application called Expo Go. If you download this application called Expo Go, so you can able to run this project lively without a cable. You can able to check your project lively in your mobile app itself. All right, or if you wish to run this project on the web, so you have to download certain packages. So press the W option, that will show you the list of packages. So please copy it and download it in your project and then run your project in the web itself. In this case, I'm not going to run this project on the web. I'm going to run it on my iOS simulator. So let me press I. So that it's now trying to open the iOS simulator, and it's connected to the iOS simulator, and you can able to see that project is being loaded on the Expo app, right? So if you want to run this project, please go ahead and download the Expo Go app in your Play Store or App Store and run your project directly in your mobile itself. So now it's been successfully loaded, and here we go. You can able to see that it's showing the open up the App Store to work on app image. So in this case, if I want to customize these things, so let me change this to hi there, and let me say hot. So this, save the changes, and there you go. You can see the text is instantly updated over there. Fine. So then what we need to do now, we have to configure the Tailwind CSS, and that's what we are about to do next. All right, then. So let me stop this server. All right. So now the Metro bundler is stopped successfully. So let's get back to the browser over here, and let's search for native wind.dev. All right. So for React Native, of course, we are going to download the native wind, which is the nothing but the Tailwind CSS only. To work with the React Native, Tailwind CSS provided you the package called native wind. Okay, so we need to work with that particular package. And here you can, in the left side menu, you can able to see the quick starts. Or if you're using TypeScripts or Expo App or React Native CLI, or whatever you're using. In this case, I'm using the Expo Go. So let me choose the Expo. And we already created the project, and we have to add these two packages. So let me copy this. Yarn add Tailwind CSS and the native wind. I'm going to copy and paste both together and hit the enter. So that will add the native wind and the Tailwind CSS with the developer options. So once you successfully install these two different packages, you have to initialize your Tailwind CSS in order to get this tailwind.config.js file. Let me copy that and say yarn add Tailwind CSS in it. Hit the enter. So that will download all the necessary, oops, my bad. It is supposed to be yarn Tailwind CSS init. So now you can able to see that tailwind.config.js. So previously I added this one more command called add. So it's again downloaded the same Tailwind CSS and installed in it. All right, so it's better. Let me install it one more time to avoid some issues and all those things. Let me install it and let me reinitiate it. Okay, cool. So now it's showing it's already exists. Fine. All right, so now what we need to do is to copy this command completely, content command, and replace your content completely. So basically what we are instructing over here is to this file, that means the Tailwind CSS, it's need to constantly monitor these separate folders. Check the app.js and check the screen folder or components folder, whatever we are about to create. This needs to constantly monitor those folders to check for those CSS, the Tailwind CSS utility classes. So that utility classes will automatically convert it into a real CSS. All right. So this will check the app.js or tsx, whatever the file is, it will check that file. And over here in this custom directory, so delete this custom directory, and that is going to be the screens. So we need to create the separate folders for that screens. So then let me copy this one more time, and I'm going to create one more folder which is called components. COMPONENTS. So save these changes. So this needs to check this app.js file, and inside the screens folder, whatever the folder it is and whatever the file name it is, it needs to constantly check those files which comes under this particular folder. And this will do the exact same thing for your components folder too. All right, so now we configured it, and then we need to configure this babel.plugin. So let's open this and copy this file, copy this link, copy that command and go to the babel.config.js and paste it over here. Right after your presets file, configure your plugin. Then that's it. We just have to start writing the code. So save these changes and let me get back to the app.js and let me delete everything. And before starting into it, we need to install two different extensions to work with the React Native and to work with the Tailwind CSS. So search for React snippets. If you search for React snippets, and you can able to find out this ES7 React Redux React Native snippets. So please go ahead and download this extensions, which is really comes handy when you're working with React applications. So once you install this, you need to install one more package called Tailwind CSS. So search for Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Where it is here, this one, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. So this will gives you the suggestions of Tailwind CSS. So that will really helps you to write the utility classes to work with your applications. All right. So now I'm just going to say RNFE. So React Native Functional Export Component, and hit the enter. So that will create this React Native functional component. All right. So over here, I'm just going to say class name, and I'm just going to say flux one item center. Let's if I hit center, and the class name is going to be text excel and text blue 500. So basically you need to understand the flex box, because flex, when you're working with a web app, flex is always working the row directions. But when it comes to mobile application, the flex will always work in the column direction. By default, it will work in the column direction. All right. So let's start our server one more time. Yarn start. And it's started, and let me open it in the iOS application simulator. All right, it's triggered. Let me reload this. All right, it's building one more time, and here we go. Now you can see that our entire text is in the center of the screen, and you can see it in the different color, in the blue color. Let me change this color to red and save these changes. Now you can see it's in the red. Now we can make sure that the Tailwind CSS is successfully configured with our application, and it's working so far so good. So the next what we have to do is we need to work with our React navigations. So that's what we are about to do next. All right then, so let me stop the server and let's get back to the browser and search for React navigations. So there you can find this official link, reactnavigation.org. So click that and click the Redux. If you scroll down, you can able to see npm or yarn. So click the yarn. Of course, we are using yarn. So please go through this documentation before starting doing anything. Please go through this documentation and understand how exactly these React navigations and everything is been working. All right. So if you click the guides, you can able to understand how the tab navigation is working, drawer navigations, each and everything you can able to customize when you're working with React navigation. So please go through the official documentation. I strongly recommend you to go through the official documentation before you guys start working with any technologies or any packages and everything. All right, so let's copy this and let's get back here, and I'm just make sure that I'm inside the app folder, and I'm going to say yarn add React navigation at native. Cool. All right, so then if you scroll down, you can able to see that it's showing again the list of screens and all those things. This is the npm command. If you scroll down, you can able to see the yarn packages also. Copy this, which is exactly the same thing. We need to install the native screens and the safe area context and everything. So copy it and run that command, yarn add React native screens and React native safe area context and everything. All right, since it's been downloaded, let's get back over here. So if you're using with React Native, so of course React Native CLI, of course you need to follow these three steps also. In this case, we don't have to worry about it. Let's get back to the next page, and there you have to add this stack navigator, because this is really important because we are working with stack of screens. So copy that line and paste it over here and install that package also. Since that it's been successfully created, so what we have to do is we have to create the home screen component. Then we have to create a native stack navigator, and we have to configure it with our navigator screens, navigator container. All right, so let's get back to our project, and inside the app folder, I'm going to create two subfolders called server screens. And please make sure these names are exactly the same name as the mention which we created over here. So let me rename those things, and let me copy this, and let me create a new folder one more time called components. So I created two different folders in the root directory of the app called components and the server. Under the screen folder, I'm going to create a new file called home screen.jsx. All right. So here I'm just going to say rmfe. So in this project, of course, we are going to have different levels of screens. So we need to make sure, we need to optimize the import statements. So think about it that you're having 20 different screens and you're trying to import all these 20 screens in the app.js. So that will import 20 different import statements. So we don't have to do that. So to avoid that situation, what you need to do is create a new file in your screen and name that file as index.js. And over here, I'm just going to export it, export default as home screen from /home screen. So basically we are exporting this file. So whatever the screens that we are about to create, everything will be created inside this folder, and it will be exported again from the index.js. So when we are importing it, we can able to import it in a single line. So that's why we are exporting it from here. So now let me go back to the app.js. So since we successfully created the home screen, so I don't have to worry about it. So let me copy these styles, whatever I added over here, copy this, and let me change it over here and change this as home screen. Home, save the changes. All right, so let's get back to the app.js, and over here now what we need to do is, let me copy these two packages from here, the navigation container and the create navigation stack create native stack navigator. All right, so let me create the stack first, copy it and paste it top of your component, create the native stack navigator. So then let me copy this completely from here and replace it over here. So navigation container, inside the navigation container we having the stack navigator, and once inside the stack navigator we having the stack of screens over there. All right, so let me import this home screen. So basically it's not showing the suggestions for the home screen, so let's import it by ourselves. Import from /screens. So from the screens folder I'm going to import that home screen. So now you can able to see that home screen over there, and the name of the screen is going to be home. Save these changes, and now let's run this project on start. Let's restart it, and then there you can see showing some warnings that it's showing some of the dependencies are incompatible with the installed Expo version. That means the React Native Safe Area Contest, it is using 4.64, but the expected version is 4.54. So it's giving you the suggestions what exact packages that needs to be installed. So if you're getting any kind of warning like this, so please go ahead and copy this completely. In this case I'm just copying the packages which I need to install, copy it, then let me stop it, and then add the command on add, paste that packages and hit the enter. So try to keep your project clean. So if it is showing any suggestions of the related to the packages, please go ahead and install it first. So yarn start the server again. Now the bundler, it's not showing any kind of warnings or issues over there. So let me open it in the iOS simulator. So it's running now, and let me reload this app. It's been reloaded. 98%. Yep, now it's reloaded successfully, and look at that. Now we are inside the home screen. That means the stack navigator, it's been successfully created, and the navigation is everything is configured perfectly, and we are inside the home screen. But it's showing this navigation header. Of course we don't need that header, so that will take the maximum space over here. So we need all the available spaces. If you have a look over here at the design, you can see we don't have any kind of the topmost layer, like on which kind of screen we are, because we don't need that. Later we can access those informations through in a different way. All right, so I need to remove that options. To remove that options, I can able to adjust the screen options for each screen by screen, or I can simply adjust the screen options in the navigator, the stack navigator, so that will affect all these screens. So the better approach is to adjust it on the stack navigator. Search for the property called screen options. Under the screen options, open the object one more time and search for header show. You can able to find this option. By default it is true. Just change this to false. Save the changes, and now we are able to see that header options over there. All right, so we successfully configured the stack navigations. So next thing what we have to do is we have to customize the onboarding screen. So basically the onboarding screen which we loaded only once, and that's what we are about to create next. All right then, so now we have to configure the onboarding screen. So basically the onboarding screen will be loaded only once when the user is installing applications for the very first time. So we are not supposed to show the onboarding screen again and again and again. All right, so there are lots of packages available in over there. We can able to use those packages to work with the onboarding screens and everything, but in this case I'm not going to use any packages or templates. In this case, we are going to build all the thing completely from the ground. All right, so let me create a new screen over here, and that is going to be onboarding screen dot, nothing is typing, why, onboarding screen .jsx or an FE. Save the changes and let's export it from here, onboarding, and let me copy this, paste it here, save the changes, and let me copy and paste it one more time. This is the first thing, it's going to be the onboarding screen, so make sure that you're loading the onboarding screen first, and I'm just going to say onboarding, something like this. All right, so let's reload it, and there you can able to see that it's loading the onboarding screen first. All right, so now what, let's start customizing the onboarding screens and everything. So basically, to work with the onboarding screen, we need to install a package to work with the onboarding screen, which is nothing but the swiper. So basically, we are going to use the React Native swiper, this one. So search for React Native swiper, this available packages over here. So open that React Native swiper, and there you can find out different swiper options, and we can choose what kind of template that you want to use. All you have to do is to go ahead and install the swiper, and please follow this documentation, so that's really helps you to customize it and use what kind of options that you want. So you can able to customize the dot and active dots and everything basically, right? So let's go ahead and start doing that. So here I'm just going to create a new terminal and cd app, and make sure that you are inside the app folder and add this add React Native swiper, install it. So now we added the React Native swiper, so let me open the onboarding screen. All right, so here, and I need to import that particular package, so import React Native swiper. So let me import it first. Cool. So now what I need to do is, let me get back to the screen options. So over here, so basically this onboarding screen, it should take the class name. It's going to be flex1. Of course, it should take the complete available space. Everything should be in the center of the screen, and the background is going to be the white color. Save the changes. Now it is in the center of the screen. So then here I'm going to bring that swiper options, swiper, close this swiper, and inside this swiper we need to bring 3 different screens, right? So I'm going to create 3 different screens. So export const screen 1 equals to an arrow function and return normal brackets. So here I'm just going to return a view, and inside the view I'm going to bring a text component. Make sure that the text component is already installed your React Native package. I'm just going to say screen 1. So let me copy this and paste it 2 more times. This is going to be screen 2, and this is going to be screen 3. 2, 3. And inside this swiper, I just need to bring all these screens. So let's say screen 1, screen 2, and then screen 3. All right, so save these changes, and now we are getting a mistake. So let me restart this, and you can see we having that pagination option, and you can see we can able to swap between screen 1 and 2 and three completely, screen 1, and none of this are coming in the center of the screen. So the reason is because, let me add all these styles so that you can able to see it completely. Hold your alt key and or options key and then create a multi-cursor editor and then paste it at a single time. Now we can see screen 3, 1, 2, 3, and you can able to see here it's constantly rotating in the same in a repeated way. So we can customize all those things once we finish that screens and everything. We can able to change those things. All right. So now the screens, everything is fixed. Now all we have to do is to go ahead and customize these screens, each and everything one by one. And that's what we are about to do next. All right, then, since we successfully created these screens, so let's go ahead and customize the onboarding screen 1 and 2 and 3 and everything. All right. So inside the assets folder, I already did copy the images which is necessary for those all these 3 screens, different screens, the brand and the screen 1, screen 2, screen 3 images and everything. I already did copy it over here. All right. So if you want to use the exact same thing, I already shared it inside the assets folder. You can able to find the screen 1, screen 2 and everything which is available over there. So please go ahead and download it and use it, or you can use your own images. All right. So inside the assets folder, I'm going to create a new file called index.js so that we can able to export all the images which is necessary for it. All right. So let's go ahead and export it. So what you need to do is, so first image, which is the brand.png, right? This is the thing which we need to export. That's a logo. So let me right click and rename it and copy it completely. And here I'm just going to say export default as brand from /brand.png. Just like the same way, we have to export everything from here. All right, so we have to export everything. So let me copy it completely and let me paste it over here. So including the card, screen 1, screen 2, screen 3, brand and everything. All right, so make sure that you exported all the images which we copied it from there, which is highly necessary for this particular project. All right, so please pause the video and type all this content. Okay, so let me save these changes. Let me get back to the onboarding screen. So the first screen which we are about to customize is nothing but that is the screen 1, right? The screen 1 is the which is we need to customize it over here. So let's go to the screen 1. Once again. Okay. So let's keep it as it is. Flex 1, item center, justify center, and I don't need this background color. I'm going to keep it as a relative position. And inside this, I need to bring an image, and of course that image is going to take the complete screen. So we need to bring that image which is coming from this React Native package. Make sure that you are imported that package over here, that component over there, image component. And for this image component, we do have the source component. Source, of course, it's going to be the screen 1 which is coming from our assets folder, screen 1. So I'm going to use the screen 1 image which is coming from our assets folder. Make sure that is imported perfectly fine. So then what I need to do is I need to add the class name. So width, of course, it's going to take the complete width, and height is also going to take the complete height. And the resize mode, of course, it's going to cover the entire screen. Save these changes. Now you are about to see the complete changes over there. See, we are in the screen 1 and you can able to see the complete picture over there. Cool, right? So then what I'm going to do is I'm about to create one more view, and inside this view, so basically this view is going to take the absolute position. So it's going to take the absolute position. So let's add those styles over here, class name. So width, I'm just going to fix the width, not the complete screen. I'm just going to keep it in the lowest as possible. So I'm just going to take the 200 pixels something, right? So I don't need, because I'm just trying to access this. 1 second. So 1 second, because we are trying to access this particular portion. So this is not going to be more than 200 pixels or something. So we are trying to access this particular portion over there. All right, so that's what we are trying to do over here. So then height, of course, it's going to be auto according to the image. What I'm going to keep it inside, the height should adjust according to it. So flex, everything should be flex, item center, justify center. All right, and padding, of course, I'm going to add 2, and this is going to be in the absolute position. So for the time being, I'm just going to keep it in the background red color. So now if you go to the screen 1, and there you can able to see that which we added over there, but it should be from the left side, it should be in the position number 4, and from the top it should be over here like this, top 36. So all these things are just trial and error. It's not just I'm typing like this straight away. It's just a trial and error. I just adjusted until I feel that is the perfect place or something. All right, so please take your time and adjust it until you feel satisfied. So then I need to bring the image, and the source of the image is going to be the brand, which is coming from the assets folder, and the class name is going to be the width. Of course, it's going to take the 32, and height is also going to 32, and the resize mode is going to be the contain. Save the changes. So now you can able to see that image over there. It's looking cool, right? So let me remove this background color, which is not necessary for now. Save the changes, and now you can see that brand logo over there. So right after that, we need to bring a text which going to display the brand name, and of course it's going to be it can be like, let's say, enchant your beauty, something like that. Enchant your beauty or something, or enchant beauty. Let's keep it as enchant beauty, and let's give the class name for it, like text size is going to be Excel size, and font, of course, it's going to be the semi bold, and the text color is going to be a customized CSS color, which is 555. Save the changes, and now you can see that the onboarding screen number 1. Just like the same way, we have to go and customize the screen 2. All right, so let's go ahead and let's start doing the screen 2. So screen 1 is successfully completed. So next thing is we have to do the screen 2. All right then, so we successfully completed the screen 1. So now let's go ahead and start doing the screen 2. All right, so over here, I'm just going to remove this background white color, which is not necessary. Let's keep it in that way. All right, so then inside here, of course, I'm going to bring the image. So let me copy this and let me paste it over here, and this is going to be the screen 2, and width, of course, it's going to take the width, and the height, it's going to take the 65% of the screen height. 65% of the screen height. So we need to import this screen 2. Let's make sure that you guys imported that screen 2. So save these changes, and now let's get back to the screen 2 so that you can able to see that image which is taking the 65% of the screen height. And of course it should be on the starting position. So instead of justify center, change this to justify start. So let's get back over here, and you can able to see that image is in the topmost position. So then what I need to do is I need to bring a view after that, a view, and this view is going to have a class name, like of course it's going to be the column direction. So flex item center and justify it in the center, and then padding left and right is going to be px6. So I need to bring 2 different text components. So instead of typing and wasting the time, I'm just copying it and pasting it over here. A text component with a certain styles and a description about that product. So save the changes, and now you can see that it's looking so close to each other. So what we need to do is first, the top of these 2 sections, this image and this content section, I need to add some space. So space Y, so I'm just going to add 6. So now you can able to see some space between this product and this product. And then what you need to do is, so inside this 2 different products, I need the inside this two different elements, I need the space. So inside this view, we have two different text boxes. So I need to add some space over here, space Y6. So that will gives you some space between these two products, two elements. So now the screen 2 is also successfully completed. So then what we need to do for the screen 3, which is exactly going to be the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it over here and change this to screen 3. And I'm just going to change the content. And okay, so change the content, or you guys just leave it exactly as it is. I'm just going to keep it as it is. Just I'm going to change the image. You can see now we have three different onboarding screens, which is repeating again and again. Just we have to fix those things. Once we fix that, we can move on to the landing page of our applications. All right. So now the next important thing that we have to do it is to make sure this onboarding screen is loaded only one, and the onboarding, once you reach the end of the onboarding screen, it's directly take you to the home screen. It is not supposed to repeat again and again. That's what we are about to do next. Since we successfully created the onboarding screens and everything, so let's go ahead and make sure that screen is loaded only once before moving into the further applications and everything. All right, so let's go ahead, and here you can see this swiper. So this is the place where you can able to figure out what kind of screen it's currently loading. That means, so overall we have three different screens over here. So we need to get the index number of each screens. So once it reaches the end of the index, we need to trigger that it's reached the end. So you are supposed to navigate to this specific screen, and you need to make sure that it is loaded only once. Okay, so here I'm just going to say on index changed. Whenever that is the index it's being changed, I need to call this function called handle onboarding complete. This is the function which we are about to create. Copy it, const onboarding complete equals to an arrow function, open it. So here, whenever this function is being triggered, that means this function is supposed to be an async function. The reason why is because we need to make sure this onboarding screen is loaded only once, right? We can able to achieve it until achieve it by using that asynchronous storage. We need to access the asynchronous storage, and we need to store a variable in it. If that variable is true, that means the onboarding screen is already loaded. So this screen needs to be loaded only once. So that's the reason that we are keeping this function as an asynchronous function. So whenever this function is being triggered, an event will be fired up, and using that event, I'm going to get the information. So console log, so triggered, I need to get the triggered screen index number. So that is coming from over here. Save these changes, go to the console. All right, so if I am moving back and forth, nothing is happening. Let me reload it. You can see currently we are in the first index, and this is the 0th index, first index, and second index, right? The first screen is the 0th index, second screen is the first index, third screen is the second index, just like in an array. So once this reaches the second index, that means we are at the end of our screen. So we need to make sure that you are reached the end of your screen. So if the E is equals to number 2, so this should navigate to a different screen. So to navigate it to a different screen, we need to get the navigation. So const navigation equals to use navigation hook. Using this hook that we can able to push to a different screen. So navigation dot navigate to the home. So let's go to the app and copy this home name, the name of your screen, and give it over here. So now screen number 1 and screen number 2 and screen number 3, once it reaches the screen number 3, it will automatically push to our home screen. But there is a problem. If I'm refreshing it again, this will load the same onboarding screen. This is not supposed to happen. So to avoid this, so what we need to do is we need to install a package called asynchronous storage. So we need to download and install this very specific package at React Native asynchronous storage. So we have to download and install that specific package. Okay, so let's go to our another terminal and let's say yarn add at React Native asynchronous storage and async storage. Okay, so it's successfully added. Now let's import that statement from that package. Import async storage from React Native asynchronous and async storage over there. So now what I'm supposed to do is, so I need to once this is equals to this, I need to say await async storage dot set item. So I need to give a name for that particular storage. So I'm just going to say at onboarding underscore complete. This is the name. If it is completed, so set that value as true. So this will set this particular value as true. Save these changes, and whenever you're trying to do this, it's better to wrap this thing completely inside an exception handling block. So I'm trying to do this. If there is any issue, catch that issue and console log it. Console.log, and I'm just going to say error on storing onboarding status colon, and let's print that error. Save the changes. So now let's move back, and now the value is set it successfully. It should set successfully because we are not getting any console issues over here. So that means the asynchronous storage is, this object is created and is set to true. But so we need to check that whether it is working fine or not. So to check that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a method. So I'm going to use the use effect hook, open it, and that method will take two different parameters. One is the dependency injections, another one is a function, and I'm going to keep this use effect hook as an asynchronous function. Inside here, I'm going to create a function called const check onboarding status equals to, and instead of keeping this as an asynchronous, I'm going to keep this function as asynchronous. Instead of keeping the use effect as an asynchronous function, keep this function inside function as the asynchronous function, and inside here I need to get that value which we created. So let me copy this term. So here I'm going to get that value. So const value equals to await async storage dot get item called onboarding complete. Save these changes and console.log that particular value. Save these changes. So this function is not yet called, so we have to call that function. So check onboarding status. So now it's giving the message as true. That means this onboarding status is which is successfully setted. So that's the reason when you're trying to access it, it's giving the value as true. So here, what I'm trying to say is, if you have the value, that means the value is true. So if the value is not equals to null, that means it does have any other value, and the value should not be null, and the value should be equals to true. If it is equals to true, that means the onboarding screen is already loaded successfully. So I'm just going to say navigation dot replace, or we can say navigation dot replace, open it, and I'm going to say as home. Save changes. Look at that. It doesn't matter how many times I am refreshing it, that value is set it successfully to true. So even if I'm refreshing it, it will not load that onboarding screen. It will instantly loads the home screen, right? So it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So now the onboarding screen will be loaded only once, okay, because of this particular asynchronous storage value. So we successfully finished the onboarding screen, and then now we have to move back to our landing screen. All right, then since we successfully finished with our onboarding screen, so let's go ahead and customize our home screen. So let me close everything, close this. Let me open the home screen. Fine. So now instead of making it center, I need to keep it at the starting position. So now you can see it is hiding behind the notch display. So what we have to do is we have to wrap this view into a safe area view. Make sure that is imported on that statement and click save. So now we are back to the business. It is in the safe area view, inside the safe area view. All right. So, and I need to change the background color of this. So BG, I'm using the customized background color. So hash EB EA EF, which is exactly the same color what we are using over the design. All right, so that's the color. So let me remove this text. Instead of this text, what I'm supposed to do in the landing screen, you can see we have this options, the background, the options which helps you to take back to the previous screen, and we can able to see these this particular image over here. So let's go ahead and let's create the view, not this one, view, and basically this view is going to be accessing the full width. So width is going to be full, and of course every inside object is going to be in a row direction. So flex row, and item center, and the justify is going to be between, this one between, and px it's going to be 4, and py it's going to be 2, the left and right and top and bottom. So I need to bring the icons. So basically to work with the icons, what I'm going to do is, so I'm just going to delete this, and I'm going to bring the Expo icons. If you search for Expo icons, you can able to find out the website where you can able to find out all the icons which is supportable for your Expo app. Then we need to install this Expo vector icons npm package so that you can able to use it inside your application. So let me copy this and let me open the terminal and on add Expo vector icons. So make sure that you are installed it successfully. Then let's get back to that website and search for chevron. All right, so I'm going to apply some filters. I need only the material icons. All right, so I'm going to use this chevron left, which is coming from material icons. Copy this and import it at the top, and copy this and paste it over here. Material icon chevron left, size is going to be 32, and color is going to be hash FFF. Save the changes, and now we can able to see that icon over there. Cool. Then what I need to do is I need to bring the profile image just like this way. We need to bring the profile image. I don't need this, and I don't need this. Let me keep, I don't need this also. Keep it simple as much as possible. So here I need to bring this. So basically we are not using any authentications or anything, so I'm just going to keep some dummy data over there. So image, let's import this image from this React Native. Make sure that is imported over there. Then source, and we are going to bring the screen third image. Okay, and then class name is going to be, what's the width is going to be? Width is going to be 12, touch is going to be 12, and rounded it's going to be XL, and the resize mode is going to be contain, or not contain, it's going to be cover. Save the changes, and there you can able to see that image. Cool, right? So then what we have to do, we have to bring this search icon over there. So let's go ahead and bring that search icon. So this view is completed. All right, so add some comment, and now what we are going to do over here, search box starts here. Enter and search. It's better to add the comment when you're working with a very big screen. Search box ends here. In between, I need to add that view. So let me add that view first. So view. So if you have a close look over here, we have a view, and inside that view we have one division which is having a search icon and an input text, and after that we're having another one division which is having a small filter icon over there. So basically this is a complete screen. This is a complete division. Inside that division we have two subdivisions, 1 and 2. Inside that we have one search icon and we have one input box. Inside here we have one filter icon. All right, so let's go ahead and fix that thing. Here, class name, and this is going to be a flex row. Everything should be in a row direction, and it's supposed to be item center, and justify between. Px it's going to be 4, py it's going to be 2, width of course it's going to be full, and space between each and every object in between it's going to be 6. And then here for the first division, one view, and for the second division, another view. The first division is for our this search icon and as well as for this input element. So over here I'm just going to add some styles. Okay, so this is going to have a background white color and having some certain padding. So px is going to be 4 and py is going to be 2 and pg it's going to white color, and rounded it's going to be xl, and of course it should take the complete length. So flex 1, and flex direction is going to be in a row direction, and item center, justify center, and space between object is going to be 2. Inside this I'm going to bring that search icon. So let's go here and search for search icon, and we can able to find out this search icon. So let me copy this and let me paste it over here, and the color is going to be hash 7f 7f 7f. Size is going to be exactly the same size as you can see. Now we have it, and now I need to bring the input. So to bring the input we need to import the text input, React Native. So this I'm going to bring a class name which is going to have a text base as a size, and font is going to be the semi-bold, and the text color is going to be which is exactly the same color of this, and it should take the all the available width, and padding it's going to top and bottom 1. Save the changes, and let me type something here. You can see the text is going a little bit bottom of that particular division. So what I'm going to do is minus mt1. So if you adjust it, now it's a little bit on that specific position. All right, so it's adjusted perfectly. So we need to add some placeholders. So placeholders is going to be search here. Save these changes, and over here let me delete it, and you can able to see the search here text over there. So if you want to customize your placeholder text color and everything, you can able to change the placeholder text colors and everything over there. In this case I think that color is fine, so I'm just going to leave it as this. All right, so so far whatever you're typing over there, we are not getting the value of that typed value. So to get that typed value you need to create a state, use state, Make sure that use state is imported. Then I'm just going to say search term, and I'm going to keep it as a string value, and by default the value is going to be your state value, search term. All right, so now if I save these changes, nothing will get updated. The reason is because the state value is not getting updated, so we need to update the state. So whenever there is a change on the text, on change text, we need to call a method called handle search term, this method. So I'm going to create that method, copy, and right after here I'm going to say const handle search term, and that is going to get the text as a parameter, and I'm going to update that parameter. So just like this, set search term as a text, save this change. And now whenever you're typing something over here, not there, over here, if I'm typing something, the text will be updated instantly over there. The reason is because the state value is updated, so the reason is the text value is displayed over there. And now next what we need to do, we need to bring this icon, the filter icon, over there. So let's get back to that. So this view is completed. Now let's get back to this particular view. The view 1 is completed. Now we are inside the view 2. So for this, class name is going to be, width is going to be 12, height is going to be 12, and rounded of course is going to be the XL, and flex item center, justify its center, not the end. Everything should be in the center of the screen, center of the division. And the BG white, it's going to the color. And inside here I need to bring that filter icon. So basically the filter icon which we are going to use it, which is coming from your font awesome. So if I'm searching for the icon name called filter, and this is the icon that we are going to use for it. So let me copy this, copy, paste it, and make sure that you imported the font awesome package. And the icon color is going to be hash 7f7f7f. Size, everything is going to be same. Save the changes, and look at that. Now we have that filter options and everything. And this filter option is, it's supposed to look like a button. So change this view, select that view, and change that view into a touchable opacity from the React Native. Save the changes. If you tap it, now it looks like a normal button. So the reason why we are adding this option is because when you're tapping this, I need to bring a box, I need to display the list of categories so that we can able to filter it based on the particular categories that we are supposed to do later. So now it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So now we successfully completed the search option, the UI of the search part. Okay, so the next stuff is we are supposed to build the rest of the parts, and that's what we are about to do next. Okay, then what we need to do is we need to work on this feed area right now. So let's go here. So basically this feed area is like a scrollable container. You can able to scroll up and down, and you can able to see all the list of products which is available, right? So let's go ahead and do that one. So once this section is completed, right after this view, that means the search area where it's been finished. So this is the place where the scrollable container starts, and then this is the place where the scrollable container ends. So let's bring the scrollable view and make sure that is imported properly. Scrollable view, all right, it's imported. Enter. And inside the scrollable view, and I'm going to keep this scrollable view as flex 1, width as full, and height also full. And I'm just going to say BG red as 500. So you can see that is occupying the complete length. So I don't need this two, because the height and everything will be automatically adjusted according to the products, whatever we are adding inside. So this area should list out if the product is being loaded. So I need to show some that loading animations or something, right? If the animations is not loaded, the data will be displayed over there. So to do that, I need to create a state to monitor that information. So use state snippet is loading. By default, I'm just going to say it as true. Later, I will change it as false. So if this is loading is true, I need to display a certain block of codes, or I need to display a certain block of codes. So inside this block of codes, I'm going to bring a view, and inside this view, I'm going to bring an activity indicator, which is provided by your React Expo itself. And the size of it, it's going to be the large, and the color of it, it's going to be the teal color. So this view should occupy the complete width, and the height, of course, it's going to be the 80, and item center and justify it center. Save changes, and now it's showing an error. Okay, that is a problem over here because of this. Save the changes, and now we can see it's showing that indicator option, and it's looking like it's loading successfully or something like that, right? So if you want to add some text over here, you can feel free and go ahead and add the text also, right? In this case, I'm just going to leave it as it is. So then what we need to do is we need to bring the feeds, and we have to load it into the Redux. Once we push into the Redux, we need to share it to our feeds container, and the place where we can able to display all the list of products. So let's go ahead and bring that feeds into our application. All right, so that's what we are about to do next. All right then, so now we have to pull all the data from our Sanity. So to do that, what we have to do is, so we have to import one package that's called Sanity client at sanity/client. This is the package that we have to download and install to work with the Sanity on the client side. So let's go ahead and add that package. So yarn add at sanity/client, hit the enter. So that will download that Sanity client, and you can able to configure your Sanity projects and everything. All right, so now what we have to do is, in the root directory of our file, I'm going to create a new file called sanity.js. So over this place, I need to configure our Sanity project. Okay, so to do that, so let's import from at Sanity client. I'm going to import the function called create client. So const client equals to create the client, open it, and I need to supply the informations. I need to supply the informations like project ID, and I need to supply the informations like data set, which is going to be the production, and I need to supply the API version, and this API version basically it's our date, current 2023 -06 not 06 07 04, comma, and use CDN. So basically, if you're trying to work with a live link, you need to use this option called use CDN. So of course we are going to work with the live link, so use it as true. So then for this project ID and the data set, of course we need to open our server. So cd space cd server, and let's say Sanity manage. So that will takes you to your project. So that's the place where you can able to copy your project ID. And if you go to the data set, what is the data set that you are using? Production data set. This is our information that we need to add. So well, in this Sanity server which we created, I have only one product, which I don't have a time to add all these products over here. So I'm just going to use the previous project itself. So feel free, pause the video and add all these products which is necessary for this project so that you can follow up along with me. So I'm going to use this particular project ID. So let me copy that project ID and paste it in my client place. All right. So in this case, you guys need to copy your client ID and the dataset name. All right. So then what we have to do is now we configure the client ID, right? Then now we need to fetch the data from our Sanity. So to do that, we need to write the query. So go to your Sanity client which you deployed and click the Visions tab. That's the place where we can able to fetch all the products and everything, all the the products and everything, right? So basically what I'm trying to do over here is I'm trying to fetch all the products, right? So let me make it bigger. So here star underscore type, the type of the document is equals to products. Okay, so I need to fetch all the data from the products. So I'm going to use the spread operator to fetch all the data from inside the product. If I click the fetch, so that will gives me all the information about the product. So if you open the categories, you can see the 3 different categories. But if you go to the image, you can able to see only the references of the image, not the live URL of the images. So we need to extract those informations. To do that, so basically I need to get the informations of the product which are supposed to be arranged in an order, right? They should be arranged after the square brackets. They should be ordered. I'm going to use the ordered function and they should order based on the field called created at. You can able to see this specific field of inside each and everything. So created at, copy this, which is a timestamp. Using that timestamp, I'm going to arrange each and every product in the descending order so that we can able to get the last added product in the top of the list. So let's do that now. So inside the each product, now we can see the type of the product and order and everything we arrange it. So I need to get the ID and I need to get the title of it. What are the things? So better copy it and paste it here. I need to get the title. Then what we need, I need to get the product type. Where is the product type? Yes, product type. Copy, paste it. Then what else we need? We need the main image. So let's copy the main image. So we need to get into the main image. Inside the main image, we have the one more object called asset. Copy the asset. And we need to get into the asset and we need to access the URL of that asset. So the main image is finished over here. Enter. And let me copy this main image and paste it one more time. Instead of this main image, we need to get the BG image right now. BG image. So right after the main image, then what we need to get this short description. Now we have the short description. Then what we need to get the description. Where is the description? Description. Yeah, here we go. Description. Paste it. And we need to get the price of it. And finally, we need to fetch the categories. So basically, the categories is an array. Copy it. Basically, the categories is an array. So open and close the square brackets. And inside the categories, we need to move into the category. And inside the category, what's the thing we need? We need to get the ID of the category and we need to get the title of that category. Then we have one more field inside the category called I can able to see only the references over here because these are the things which is referred. So what I need to do is, so if I get back to our server, So if you go to your schemas, go to inside the categories, you can able to see this main image feed. So basically we have the main image inside the category also. So I'm just going to copy that exact field and I'm going to paste it over there. So now if I am fetching this, there is no mistakes, and inside the category you can see we have the ID, title, and the main image. Inside the assets we have the URL of that category image, and for the product main image also we have the asset and URL, and for the background image we have the asset and URL. Descriptions is there, product type is there, and the description, the name, and everything is there. Now all the information, whatever which is necessary for our data, we have it. So this is the query. So I need to copy this query and get back to our project, and inside our project app I need to create a new folder called utils folder. Inside this folder I need to create a new file called supports.js file. So over here inside the supports.js file I need to export this query. Export const fetch query equals to, use the dynamic string literals and paste it over here. This is the query. So don't worry about this query. I already did copy this query in the description below. So please go ahead and copy this query and paste it inside your the supports.js file. So save this, or don't worry about this, which is this query is already uploaded in a GitHub also. You can copy it from there also. Okay. So now we have the query. So let's get back to the sanity.js. Over here now we need to use this query to fetch the data. So export const fetch feeds equals to, this is going to be an asynchronous function, async, open it. So now let data equals to await. From using the client object I'm going to call a method called fetch, and I'm going to use the query called fetch query. If everything is working fine, dot then I'm going to get the feeds and I'm going to return that feeds, return feeds. So this is supposed to be a function, then only you can return it, return feeds. All right, so after all these things I need to return that data object to save this change. So now this function, we need to make sure whether this function is working fine or not. So let's get back to our home screen, and inside the home screen we need to create a use effect method. So let's get back to the home screen, and I'm going to use the use effect hook. Use effect, make sure that the use effect hook is imported at the top of the, right? So you can see it's imported over here, and now inside here I'm going to change this to false. By default it is not supposed to load it, show this loading symbol. So I'm just going to say set is loading as true. So once the use effect hook gets triggered, I'm going to change the status true. So this will be displayed. Once that is displayed, I'm going to use the try and catch block. If there is any error, I'm just going to say console.log that error, and I'm just going to say set is loading as false. If there is no error, so what I'm going to do is fetch feeds. Fetch feeds, I need to call that method, and that is going to return a promise. From that promise I'm going to get the response, and I'm going to display that response over here. So console.log response, and after a certain level of time, set interval, like after 2 seconds, I'm going to change the set is loading as to true. So let me save this changes. Once I save this changes, okay, nothing is happening. I think we are getting an error. What's the error we are getting? So this is the error, URL search params set is not implemented. So basically this URL search params it's by default it's work perfectly in the web, but it's not supported in the mobile app. So to avoid this error, we need to download a package called this React Native URL polyfill. This is the one. You need to download this package, React Native URL polyfill. So basically this URL polyfill You can see URL cannot be handled localhost domain based on React Native, something like this. So that's the reason we need to use this package. So unfortunately, adding React Native URL powerful to React Native source code will means adding. Okay. So you can see why do we need this. So basically, React Native does include a polyfill for a URL, but this polyfill is a homemade in order to keep it lightweight and was initially created to handle specific use cases. That's the reason we are adding this. Okay, fine. So let's copy this and let's add it. cd space double dot cd space app. Make sure that you are install the app folder, and let's say your React Native URL polyfill. And once this is successfully added, let's get back to the app screen. And in the app screen, you need to import this polyfill. So all I have to say is right after this import statement, import React Native polyfill auto. Save these changes and now get back to your app. If you're still getting this error, just like me, just reload your application. And now you can able to see all the data which we successfully filtered, which we successfully pulled from the Sanity. So now we have the data in our hand. All we have to do is to push it into our React store. But the problem over here is I don't know why this guy still is loading. Oh, sorry, this is supposed to be false. That's the reason. Now we are not able to see that loading option. But why it's flickering now? It's constantly flickering. Here, if it is not true, I need to display it like a text component, and I'm going to say it as feeds. I don't know why this guy is keep on flickering. Okay, the reason is because I think it's the use effect is getting again and again. It's rendering over here. I think this use effect is rendering again and again. So why is this happening? So let me stop this server and let me restart it one more time. Okay, so we're having some warning over here. Okay, so let's install this package, copy it, yarn add that package. Let's start it. Open the iOS simulator. Let's reload this app. So now it's loaded only once, and you can able to see it as feeds. See, these kinds of bugs will happen if you're getting any warnings, something like this. So please make sure that every single time whenever you're working with the project, you are not getting any kinds of error, something like that. If you are getting any error, even though if your coding is right, it always shows something like this kind of bugs. All right, so now everything is working smoothly as it's supposed to be. We have our data in our hand and everything is working as it's supposed to be. So then what we have to do is to now we have to use this data to push it everything into the Redux store. So the next important thing is to work with our Redux. All right, then since we successfully finished fetching the details and everything, so now we have to push this complete data into our Redux store. So to add our data into the Redux store, all you have to do is to add these respective packages over there. So let's say yarn add Redux React-Redux. This is the package that we are supposed to add to work with the React Redux So let's download it. So it's downloading. So basically Redux is nothing but it's like a data layer which provides for as a data store where we can able to pull or push the data throughout the applications from any child components. All right, so the to work with the React, we have to use this we have to perform two different things. Basically we need to perform work with the actions, and we need to work with the reducers, and then we need to create a store. So the actions is nothing but like what are the steps that we need to work with the state. Like let's say I need to add a new value to the state, or update the value in the state, or edit or delete, whatever it is. These are the actions, and those actions are performed by the reducers, and the reducer will update the state in your Redux store. So these are the things that we need to do. So to work with that, let's start with creating a specific folder. So let's go to let's collapse everything and expand the app. And over here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to right click the app folder over here. I'm going to create a new folder called context. Inside this context folder, I'm going to create two different folders. One is actions and another one is reducers. So now inside this context folder, we have two different folders called actions and reducers. And inside this context folder, I'm going to create one more file called store.js. So we will worry about the store.js later. But first thing first, we need to create the actions for our feeds. So basically, I need to create two different actions. One action is going to set the feeds to the Redux store, and the another action is to set the feed as a null. So these are the two different actions that I need to perform when it comes to feeds. So over here, I'm going to say feeds actions.js, and inside the reducer, I'm going to create feeds reducer.js. These are the two different files which I created in the respective folders. Let's jump into the feeds actions. Inside the feeds actions, I'm going to create a function. So export const set underscore feeds. This is the function that I'm going to create, set underscore feeds, open it. And inside this function, I'm going to supply the feeds as a that's the data which we fetched from the Sanity. This is the data that we are going to supply it into this function as a parameter. Then open the function, and I need to return this object. Basically, we are returning an object, and the type of this is going to be, which is exactly the same, that what kind of action that we are triggering. Set feeds is the action name, and the data feeds is the data which I'm supplying it to the reducer. So basically, I'm supplying the data what I'm sending to this function, which is come over here, and I'm sending it in the name as feeds and the action type as set feeds. These two objects will be used inside your reducer to figure out what kind of action it's being triggered and what kind of payload we are getting along with that action. All right. So now I'm going to call this function one more time, and I'm going to update this function as set underscore feeds underscore null. So this time I'm not going to send the feeds anymore, and I'm going to set the feed as null by default itself. Null. Save the changes. These are the two different actions that we are supposed to perform with the feeds. All right, now the action part is done, so we don't need this file anymore. Let me close it. Now we need to jump into the reducer. So inside the reducer part, so I'm going to create a reducer. So const feed reducer, and that's a function. And basically, this is a function which is going to take two different values. One is the state itself, and initially the state value is going to be null. And what is the action that we are going to perform with this reducer? So I'm going to use the switch case. So along from the action, so this is the action that we being triggered over here. This is the action. We have the object called type. So I need to get that action dot type, if that action dot type is equals to this particular type, so case this type, then what I'm supposed to do over there. So I need to return an object. I need to return the complete state, whatever the state that is in the state, keep it in the store, keep it as it is. And along with that, I need to update the feeds state. So feeds, it's going to be colon action dot feeds. That's the object that we are sending over here. So I'm updating the feeds state by the data whatever I received from the payload. All right, then I'm going to create one more case over here. Right after here, I'm going to create one more case. If the feed action is set to be null, like this type of action is being triggered, then what we need to do, we need to return the state as it is. Let's restructure the state, and along with that, I'm going to set the feeds as null. All right, then finally at the end, by default, what we can say is we can simply say the return the state value. By default, we just need to return the state as it is. And of course, once everything is done, we need to export this. Export default feeds reducer. Save the change. Now the reducer is being successfully done. So think about it, in a real-time application, you're not going to have only one reducer. So you might have a multiple reducers. So I can't share multiple reducers for my stores separately. So what I need to do is I need to combine them, then I need to push it into the store. So let's jump into the index.js. Let's create a new file inside the reducer called index.js. This is the file which helps us to combine all the reducers as together. So here I'm going to import a very specific package from the Redux. That is a method called combine reduces. So const my reducer, that's the reducer which I'm creating after combining everything. So combine the reducers, open the brackets and curly brackets. That's the object. We need to send the object. So I'm going to set the feeds state. This is the state name, and then I'm going to map that feed reducer for that particular state. Then what I need to do, I need to export this, otherwise you can't access it anymore. My reducer. So now the state, the combined reducer, it's ready to use inside our store.js. So let's jump into the store.js right now. So over here inside the store, what we need to do is we need to create a store. So let's import that package first. So import the package from Redux folder, and inside the Redux we have this create store functionality. All right, so and I'm going to create a store. So const store is equals to create store, supply it. So we need to supply our reducer. So I'm going to supply my reducer over here. So all the reducer, it's been combined inside this index.js, and we are using that combined reducer to create the store, and I need to export the store. Export default the store. Now we created the actions, we created the reducers, and we combined the reducers together, and then we use that reducer to create the store. We have the store object now. Now what I need to do is I need to wrap this store with our app.js. I need to wrap this complete stuff into that data provider layer. So let's jump into the app.js, and you need to import a very specific package. So right after here, I'm going to import from Redux. So for this, I'm going to use this provider component. So to wrap the complete store into this provider component. So to wrap the complete component into the store, into the provider, so what I need to do, let me cut this and let me open the provider. Inside this provider, I need to give the store. That is a property called store. So I'm going to supply the store which we created from our context store. Make sure that is imported from the context store. So once you refresh, once you save these changes, the entire application will be reloaded. So currently there is no mistakes over here. Everything is working as it's supposed to be. That means our Redux store is successfully configured. So let's make sure whether it is configured properly or not. So from where we are getting the feeds, this is the place that we are getting the feeds, right? So what I'm supposed to do is, this is the place where I'm getting the dispatch actions, the place where I'm getting the data. So I'm trying to push this data to our Redux. So if these data and everything is pushed properly, so we can able to console log it, right? So that's what we are trying to do now. All right, so this is the place where it's been console logging. So over here now I'm just going to comment this, and I'm going to I'm going to use an hook. So basically, to dispatch an action to your Redux store, we have the very specific hook, which is const dispatch is equals to use dispatch. This is the hook which is responsible to access your Redux actions, which basically dispatching what kind of actions that you're trying to perform over there. All right, so we are imported that hook. Then this is the place where I'm getting the data. So over here what I'm supposed to say is like dispatch, open it. So I'm going to set feeds. I'm going to trigger this action set feeds. For this function I need to supply the data. This is the data that I'm supplying it for it. So if I refresh this changes, this will dispatch that action and it will be pushed over there. Then right after this try over here, I'm trying to console log it. Console.log, open it. We need to fetch the feeds from store colon. I need to bring the feeds. So we need to access the state first. So to get the state, feed state from your Redux store, so I'm just going to say const feeds. That's the state name which we pushed into our Redux store, right? In that particular name only we pushed it, feeds. So let's go here, feeds equals to use selector hook. We are using the use selector hook to access the state store informations from your Redux. So here I'm going to get all the state objects. So, and I need only the state dot feeds object, because that's the object that we are pushed it for our feeds. So that's what we are trying to access now. So now the feeds is empty. So now here I'm going to print the feeds, because this is the place where the data it's been pushed. So our feeds will get updated, then it will be console log over there. Let's try it out. Save the changes. It's been refreshing now, and now we are getting the feeds object as null. I don't know why we are getting the feeds object as null. Maybe if I do it over here, look at that. So now we are getting the, I placed the console log in the wrong place. So I'm getting the feeds object over here. You can see feeds initially for the first rendering feeds is null. After once the data everything is pushed, and it's pushed into our Redux store, and there you can able to see feeds from store data, and inside that we having the feeds object. Inside that feeds object we having the array of objects. So whenever you are trying to access it, you need to access it in this way, feeds dot feeds. Okay, because that's creating, this is the feeds which is we are trying to access it from the store. Inside that store, that state is being there, and we are accessing that particular state. This is how the object is being returned over here. See, inside that we having the feeds, inside the feeds we having the array of objects. So basically I need this feeds dot feeds object. All right, so now if I refresh it, and here we go, where is it? Here we go. See, feeds from the store. This time we don't have the inner object one more time, and we are just having array of objects over there. So every time whenever you want to access the feeds, you just need to access it in this specific way. All right, so now we pushed our data into the store successfully. Now all we have to do is to create a respective product components, so we can able to display all the products as it's supposed to be. All right, that's what we are about to do next. All right then, so now what we need to do is we need to create this kind of design, which is exactly that's what we are about to do now. All right, so to do that, what we need to do is the place where we are displaying the text called feeds, we need to replace that stuff. This is the place where we are displaying that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new component. Under the components folder, I'm going to create a new file called feeds.jsx. So basically we are going to supply all the feeds into this feeds component, and once we are inside this feeds component, I'm going to render one by one this particular component. Okay, so we are trying to assume this entire stuff like this. Wait a second, like this is going to be the entire feeds stuff, inside this feeds, I'm going to get this one by one in inner components. All right, that's what we are about to do now. So here rn fe, one second, still showing that option. Yes, rn fe, so that will create the React functional export component. And I'm going to create one more file inside the components folder called index.js. So basically what we are trying to do is we are trying to export this components folder. So export default as feeds from where /feeds. So we are exporting it so we can avoid the multi-line imports. If you're adding the index and if you're exporting the data and everything in this specific way, we can avoid the multi-line imports whenever you're trying to import the components. All right, so let me close this, close this, close this. We don't need it for right now. And let me go here, and this is the place where it's going to display that complete feed. So I'm just going to delete this and I'm going to say feeds, which is going to come from components folder. So let me go to the top and let me import it by myself because it's not showing the suggestion of it. So import from // components folder and bring the feeds component. All right, just like the way, and now the error is gone. So inside this I need to send the feeds. So feeds equals to feeds. All right, so now we are sending the feed. So now we are sharing the feeds object over there. So let's save this changes. If I am saving this changes, now it's been refreshed and the feeds component is loaded over here. All right, so let's get back to the feeds container, feeds component. So inside this feeds component, now what I need to do is, so I need to destructure the feeds object, whatever we are having over here. Then I need to create one another sub component. Then I need to send it to that particular component. So let me show you what I'm trying to explain over here. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Here I'm going to destructure it because that's the property which we created. So copy it and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so to avoid it, the name config, if you are feeling that you are confused with the multiple variable names of feeds, feel free to keep the different property names for your component. Okay, so in this case I'm just going to keep it as it is. Well, for this view is going to be class name, and of course it's going to be the flex and item center, and justify it in the center, and everything is going to be in the row direction. So instead of keeping it in the column direction, I'm just going to keep it in the row direction, and I'm going to wrap every single object whatever that we are trying to come inside. All right, so then now what we need to do is, if there is a feeds data, if the feeds data length is greater than 0, that means you're having something to display over there. Otherwise you don't have anything to display, so we need to display something else like no data or no data found, something like that. So here I'm going to render, so feeds, if the feeds question mark dot length, length, so we need to do the conditional rendering because sometimes it takes some time to fetch the data. So until then it should not throw any unwanted issues. That's the reason. If the length is greater than 0, that means we have something to display. So this is the place where we need to display something. If not, this is the place I need to get the text. I'm just going to, not a text, I'm just going to say a view, and I'm going to close that view. And basically this view is going to be a full screen with full and hatch as a 64, and flex, item center, justify center, and inside here I'm just going to say, I'm going to bring that activity indicator which we added somewhere. Where we added it, here we go. This is the one. Let me copy this, paste it over here. Let's import this activity indicator. All right, so now it's imported. All right, so now let me add one more thing over here, like text and I'm just going to say no data. No data. So let me save these changes, and now you can see it's showing us no data. Why it's showing like that? We're having something to display. So if we have something, then let me say text, and let me say it as feeds. Save the changes, reload it. We are getting some error. What is that error? Cannot read the properties of feeds, null. So the place where we are getting feeds.feeds. All right, so this is the place where we are getting that issue. So let's solve that issue. Now the issue is solved, and since still we are getting the node, oh my bad, the problem is over here is if the feeds dot length is greater than 0, then of course this will be displaying the condition whatever we returned, it's correct. But what's the problem? So wait a second. So when we are trying to print this detail, so how we printed it, because basically we are trying to fetch the array, right? So we are trying to fetch the array of objects, but inside the feeds we also have one more object called feeds. So in that object only we are having the array of objects. So I need to send it in this way, feeds.feeds. That's the issue. Now it's display the text as feeds. All right, because now you will get the array of objects over here. Of course the array of objects having the greater than 0 length. That's the reason we are giving that text over here. So now in this place I'm going to create one more component like feed detail.jsx, and here rnfe, save the changes, and let me copy this and paste it over here, and I'm just going to say feed detail. Let me copy this and let me paste it over here, save the changes. And now what we need to do is, instead of this text component, I need to bring that feeds over here. So I'm going to bring the React fragments. Inside this React fragments, I'm going to say feeds. If the feeds dot length is greater than 0, then of course we are trying to bring it inside here. So I'm just going to use the map function to render it. So I'm going to get the item and as well as the index of that item, and I'm going to call a callback function, and I'm going to call the feed details. All right, so basically this feed detail, it's not supposed to come from here, it's supposed to come from this components folder. All right, that's fine. So I need to give a key prop because it's need to monitor each and every component in a unique key. So that's the reason. Then I'm going to send the data, and basically the data is going to be the item. So now these things will be rendered multiple times, and you can see we have multiple feed details. The reason is because this is rendered multiple times. That's the reason we are getting that feed details more than one time. Now what we need to do, we have to customize this feed details which looks exactly the same way how we are having it over here. All right, so let's go ahead and do that stuff right now. All right then, so now let's jump into the feed details over here. All right, so we need to customize this feed details. So basically what I'm going to do is, for this feed detail, so I'm going to add some if you have a look at it over here, so basically it's divided into two different columns, right? So what we need to do is we need to find out the width, but we don't know what kind of mobile screen it will be. So we need to divide them into two equal halves based on the screen width. So I need to get the screen width on which particular app, on which particular screen size or which particular mobile it's been loaded. All right, so we need to get that screen width. So to do that, so here I need to import dimensions. I need to import the dimensions using this object. Using this, we can able to fetch the screen width. So let me show you how to fetch the screen width. So over here, I'm just going to say const screen width equals to math dot round. I need to round whatever the value I'm going to get from the screen width. So dimensions dot get the window. I need to get the window dot width. I need to get the width. So that will give the screen width. So now I have the complete screen width. Let's see what's the screen width that we do have here. So screen width. Let me save these changes, and you can see now we having a multiple times of 430 because that's much objects that we do have, because we are rendering it into the feed detail. That's the reason. So now I have the 430. The overall length of this is 430. So I need to break it into two equal halves. So to break it into two equal halves, what we want to do is, let's say const card width equals to screen width divided into 2. Okay, so even though if you are dividing into 2, it will be exactly break into two equal halves. So this is the overall 1 second. Let's say, wait a minute, over here, let's bring the brush tool. So this is the over, come on, where is that? Okay, rectangle. So this is the overall length, right? Even though if I am breaking it into two equal halves, that will be divided into like this, exactly like this. See, there is no space between bit. So I need to reduce some sizes like 20 pixels of each. So if I'm reducing the 20 pixels of each, look what happens. So this will takes the complete width, so that I can able to reduce the 20 pixels of each. So I can able to see the two different products over there. All right. So this is what we are trying to do over here. So to do that, let's see here. After dividing it successfully, so I need to reduce 20 pixels from it, 20 pixels like this. So let me show you how exactly it makes the major impact after finishing this designs. All right, so for this, let me add the class name, which is going to be let's say padding, it's going to be 4 in all the corners, and rounded it's going to be XL, and BG of course it's going to be white color, and everything is going to be in the column direction, item center, and in the justify center. All right, and then style of this width, the length of this width is going to be, so open the style property and open the width object. Width is going to be the card width. That's what we are going to use it over there. Save these changes, and now you can see it's taking the card width equally over there, but there is no space between it, so we need to add the space also. I'm going to add margin 2 in all the corners, and now we can see it's divided perfectly over there. Look here, if I'm not giving this, what happens? It's trying to take the complete length. So it's divided into two equal halves, since it's because of the flex wrap we added it over here. Because of this flex wrap, everything is pushed into the next line. So if I remove this, you can see you can't see that complete feed details. It's been pushing away. So I'm enabling this flex wrap, and I am reducing 20 pixels from it, and I'm adding some margin so I can able to display it in that specific way. All right, this will work perfectly for each and every screens. So this is just a trial and error, so feel free to adjust it according to your perspective. All right, so in this case, I'm just going to leave it as it is. So now what I need to do is I need to bring the image. Then I need to display the image first. So if you have a look over here, we have to display the image first. So let's bring that image. Let's import the image from the React Native. So here you need to supply the source, open the object, and you need to supply the URI. Basically, we are not trying to load the image from our local file. We are trying to bring the image from our Sanity server which is exactly a URL. So you need to use this URI object. All right. So here now we have that object from where on what property that I'm sending it on the data prop. Okay, let me copy the data prop and let me destructure the data prop over here, and let's bring the data prop here. Data prop. Inside the data prop, if you have a look on any one specific where it is, okay, here it is. You can see main image. Inside the main image you having the asset. Inside the asset you having that URL, right? So let me bring that main image first. Let me copy this, paste it. Inside the main image I do have that asset. Inside that asset I have this object called URL. So now for this URL, this image, so the resize mode is going to be the contain mode, contain. Then class name is going to be, of course I'm going to fix the width is going to be 32 and height is going to be let's say 52. These things are just trial and error, so please adjust it on your own wish. Save these changes, and now it's loading that images over here. You can see I can able to see all the images which is being successfully loaded from our Sanity. So now I can see the images. So then next, what is the next thing I need to do? I need to bring this the text and the descriptions about it. All right, so to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring a view. Right after this, I'm going to bring a view, this view, and of course this view is going to be class name. This is going to be in a flex direction, and items, everything should be in the starting point, and justify also it should be in the starting point, and the space in the y axis it's going to be 1, and of course it should use the width completely. All right, and here I'm going to add the text prop. So inside the text I'm going to bring the title of the data dot title. Use the conditional rendering before the data because it's need to wait until the data is successfully loaded. So save these changes. So that will brings the data prop over there, and then I'm going to add some styles for this text. So let's bring it, and text size is going to be text base, and font everything is going to be semi bold, and text is going to be #FF like this. So save the changes. Now it looks much better. Then let me copy this text one more time, and I'm going to paste it right after that, and I'm going to change this to as a description, and the size is going to be SM, and the font is not going to be bold, and the color, let's leave it as it is for so far, or let's customize that also. Let me add double sub. Save the changes. Now you can able to see that the descriptions also over there. Cool. So then what we need to do is I have to bring the price field. You can see we have the price, and we also have that favorite options over there. So this division is successfully completed. Then I'm going to bring one more view over here, view, enter, and inside this view what I'm going to do is we need to bring the price, right? So I'm just going to copy this title and I'm going to paste it over here. Instead of title, I'm going to change this to into price object. You can see we have this, what is that? We have the title object, and of course we have the price object also. Okay, I'm going to bring that price object, and I'm just going to leave it as it is, exactly the same sizes and everything. Before this I need to bring the $sign. All right, it's just like that. And this view, of course, it's going to be class name. It's going to use the row direction, so flex a row, and everything in the starting position or center position, and justify everything between, and space in y-axis it's going to be 1, and width, of course, it's going to be full. So then after here, save these changes. Now we can see the price, and I need to bring that particular option like this favorite options like this. So for that I'm going to bring the touchable opacity from the React Native, because whenever you're tapping it, it needs to have some animation stuff. That's the reason we are adding it. So I'm going to bring the ant design, which is coming from our Expo vector icons, and inside this ant design I'm going to load the icon called heart, then the size of the icon is going to be 16, and the color of the icon is going to be color color is going to be hash FB. Save changes. Nothing is happening. Why? Reload it. I can't see that. All right, wait, let me add the styles for this one also, then we figure it out what's a mistake. So BG, it's going to be black. The reason it's not showing, it's because of this color, I think so. Yeah, look at that. The reason it's not showing over there, it's because of the color. All right, so fine. So W8 and H8, and rounded, of course, it's going to be full, and everything is going to be a flex item center, justify center, save these changes, and now that looks fine. And now if I tap this, you can able to see that changes, like it's showing like some kind of opacity level. All right, so the next part, what we are supposed to do is we need to do some filtrations. Whenever I'm searching it, it's need to do that filtrations, and that's what we are about to do next. All right, then, so now we have to implement this search filter option. So to do that, what we have to do is let's jump into the home screen. This is the place where we do have that input the input option, sorry. All right, so here we go, we have that input field, and this is the function which handle that text, everything whatever we are typing over there, that text will be collected from here and updated to the state. All right, so based on this text, what I need to do is I need to filter the feeds. So that's what we need to do. So I'm going to console log over here, console log, and I'm going to say filtered data, comma. So from the feeds, we do have the feeds. Inside these feeds, we do have the object called feeds again. And inside this feeds object only, we do have the array of objects, right? So I'm going to filter those objects using the filter method. Basically, this filter method will return an array, a new array, okay, which matches the terms, whatever we are applying it on the conditions. So I need to get the item one by one. So in that, the item title, the title of that item should include whatever the term I'm searching for. Should includes is a method which helps you to make sure that terms whatever you're looking for, which is comes in this particular field, right? So I'm searching for that text, whatever I'm writing over here, that will be returned, that will be stored in this particular state. We are trying to figure it out whether this text included in this particular title of that item or not. If it is included, then this filter method will return it as a new array. So that's what we are trying to do now. So let's save these changes and let's open the console log. Right now it's returning the complete object. So over here, let me search for any specific product. So I'm searching for Rosa, and there you can able to figure it out what exact project. See, this is the, you can check out the last console log over here. It's giving the title exactly what I'm looking for. So where is the title? Description is there, ID is there, BZ image there, title. See, this is the title, Rosa. All right, so now the search, that index, the whatever we are looking for, it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be. So let me delete this, and now you can see it's returning the array of objects over there. So instead of console log it, instead of logging it, I'm going to create a one more state over here. So let's say use state. I'm going to say name it as a filtered, and initially it's going to be null. Okay, then I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to change this console log into set filtered. So that will update that data into this state. So now I need to supply the state, the place where we are supplying the feeds. So this is the place where we are supplying. So I need to write the condition over here. If I do have the filtered, if I do have the, what's that state name? Okay, so this is supposed to be F small letter. My bad, my mistake. So if we do have that state filtered, or if the filtered state dot length, if that length is greater than 0, that means something we do have inside that array. If I do have, then I need to send this data as a feeds, or else I need to send this. So if there is nothing to be get filtered, if this is null or empty, so it will simply shows the overall feeds. If I do have something, it will display that filter record, save the changes. And now if I'm searching for anything over here, so let's say if I'm searching for any specific product, you can see now the entire data is being filtered. If I'm looking for any specific product, I can able to see that. If I leave any space or if I'm typing something, it simply displays that activity indicator and along with the text called no data. So now our filter, it's really working smoothly as it's supposed to be, right? So the next part is we need to go to the individual product screen, which is exactly looking like this. So that's what we are about to do next. All right, so let's go ahead and do that stuff. All right then, so now what we need to do is whenever I'm tapping this screen, it needs to take the user to a new screen. So let's go ahead and create a new screen first. So let's create a new screen in the name as product screen.jsx rnfe and save these changes, and I'm going to export that screen, and this is going to be the product screen. Let me copy it, let me paste it over here. So now it's been exported successfully. So now what we need to do is, instead of this as a view, we need to change this as a touchable opacity. So hold your Alt key or Options key and change this to touchable opacity. So now if you save these changes, now even if I'm clicking this product, you can see it gives us a nice opacity animation. So on press, whenever I'm pressing this, I'm just going to handle a click event, handle click. So I need to call a callback function, const handle click equals to, it's a callback function. So we need a navigation hook. So const navigation equals to use navigation hook, which is provided by our React navigation. So using that navigation object, I am just going to say navigate this object to that product screen. So before moving into that, so you need to configure your product screen in your app.jsx. So let's copy the home and let me change this to product screen and change this to product screen. Save the changes, and now let's get back to the feed detail, navigation.navigate, and this is supposed to navigate it to which screen? The product screen. Where is this? App.js. Copy this name and give it to your name over there. Along with this, I need to send a parameter. And I'm sending the ID of that particular data, whatever I'm trying to tap on. So this is going to come from data._id. So use the conditional rendering over here. Okay, so save these changes. This is the parameter that we are supplying to the product screen. So I need to get this parameter in the product screen. So inside the product screen, now what you need to do is, so we need to get that what is that the route informations in your product screen. So we need to get that route informations. Using that route informations, we can able to collect that parameter whatever we passed to our product screen. So let's get that route, and over here what I need to do is I need to get that route params. So over here const equals route dot params. So inside the params object, of course, we passed an object called _id. So that's the object I need to extract. So let me get that object and then save its changes. And here I need to do the console.log. Let's say it as id comma _id. And all right, so let's save these changes. Let's open the console log, and now if I tap this, you can able to see we got the ID, right? So now I got the ID and it's navigated to that specific product screen. So now we have that overall point, right? We have the ID. So using this ID, I can able to extract this particular ID from the state. right? So let's go ahead and do that stuff right now. Okay. So let me tap any specific product from here. Cool. Now we are inside that specific product screen, and I do have the ID now, so I don't need this console log anymore. Let me change the console log. All right. So then what we need to do is, now what I have to do is, first I need to fetch this data, fetch the data from the feeds states using this ID operation. So let's go ahead and go to the home screen, and let me copy this line. Where is it? This line, the state. Let me copy this line and let me paste it right after over here, and let me import this, and let me import the use state. So this is going to be the data which we filtered it from the feeds object. Initially it's going to be null. Okay, so using the use effect, we need to fetch that, we need to filter that information from that. So to do that, use effect hook, make sure that is imported, and it takes two different parameters. One is the function itself and another one is the array. And let's open the function over here, and let's say I'm going to bring one more state over here. Use state snippet is loading. By default it is going to be false, and here I'm just going to say set is loading as true. Then if we do have the feeds object, then only we need to do this option. So set data, before set data I'm just going to say console.log let's say ID data or something, because we are just logging it. So every time if you get a possible to do a logging, so please make sure whether you are getting the data what you're looking for. If you got the data, then it's fine to push it to a state, then start working with the components. So here I'm just going to get the feeds information, feeds. Inside the feeds I do have the feeds object. Inside this feeds object I do have the array of objects, so I'm going to apply the filter option over there. Then I need to get the item. Then I need to make sure that item dot underscore ID should equals to underscore ID which we collected it from our parameter. And of course it's going to return an array of objects. So in that I'm going to get the first index, because of course only one ID is going to be there which is matches that parameter ID, and you will get only one element inside that array. So you need to access the very first index of that. So if I save these changes, now of course you can able to see what is that, we can see the ID data, and you got the complete information about that particular ID data, right? So what I need to do is I need to use this data to push it into a state which we created. So instead of console logging it, let me delete this, let me clean this a bit, and instead of console log I just need to say set data to do that. Save it. Now is set is loading. It's been it's been loading right now. Once it's set it successfully, after the setting interval, so let's say set interval, after the setting interval of time, I need to update that state back to false. So now it's been changed back to false. So now here inside the UI component I can able to update this area. Like if it is loading, I can able to change it to as the UI component as so loading. If it is already having the data in its hand, I can able to display the data over there, right? So let's fix that right now. Class name equals to, this is going to be flex1, item start, and justify start position. Then bg hyphen, of course we are going to use a different bg color, hash eb ea ef, and then let's use a space wide, like the space between the top and like in the column direction between each and every element, we need to have some space between it. That's the reason we do have that option. All right, so now we have that. So then let me close this. So I need to check this is loading. If it is loading, of course we need to display something. If it is not, of course we need to display something else. All right, so what I'm going to do is, if it is loading inside this place, I'm going to bring a view. So basically that view is going to access the complete width first. So let's say the width as full, and let's keep it as a flex one also, and height as well as full, and everything should be in the center of the screen, and justify the center, and PG red. Let's see how exactly it looks like. Right now it's accessing the entire space. All right, so inside this, what I need to do is, let me close this. Inside here, I'm going to bring that activity indicator. So let me copy and paste that activity indicator, which we already used somewhere inside our code. Let me copy this and let me paste it over here. Let's import that, make sure that is imported over there, save changes, and right now we can able to see the data. It's been loaded and again it's been pushed back. The reason is because the state is updated to true, and you got the data instantly in your hand, and after the certain level of time it's again changed back to the false. So the data, what the look what we expected, it's working perfectly as it's supposed to be, right? If you want to make sure, just change this to true and you can able to see that option over there. So now it's loading and it's changed back over here. Fine. So let me change back to false, and instead of changing it to false over here, let me comment it so you can able to see it very clearly. You can observe that UI how exactly it's looking, right? So now I need to change it back. So let me enable this option again. So after a 2 seconds of time period, it will be changed back to the false state. So this will be rendered over there. So now over this place, I need to bring the content which we want to display. All right, so over here I need to make sure the entire content, whatever I'm trying to display over here, it should be inside a safe area view. So let's bring it as a safe area view and make sure the safe area view is rendered inside your React Native, and make sure this is occupying the complete length. So width is going to be the full. And inside here, if you have a close look of this UI, what you can see, you can able to see two different options. One, this back option, and another one is the dashboard icon. But in this case, we are going to bring this cart icon over there. All right, so that's what we are trying to do right now. So I'm going to bring, this is going to be the top section. All right, so over here, let's bring that view right now, view. Inside this view, you need to bring two different options, two different icons. So let's bring that. So for that, I'm going to bring two different touchable opacities options. And let me copy this and paste it one more time. So we have two different touchable opacities. Inside that, we need to bring the icons and everything. Let's do that later. So now it's going to be the flex row. These two icons should be aligned in a single row, and everything should be in the item center, and justify it should be in the between. And px, it's going to be the padding left and right, it's going to be 4, and top and right is going to be, top and bottom is going to be 2, and of course it should access the complete width. And inside this, the first touchable opacity, I'm going to bring an icon called n what is that, n typo, which is coming from that specific icon, Expo vector icons. Please make sure that we install it. And here I'm going to bring that name. The icon name is going to be chevron left. That's the icon that we are trying to use right now, and the size of that icon is going to be the 32, and the color of the icon is going to be #555. And then over here I need to bring the material icons. So material icons, and let's bring the icon inside, and that icon name is going to be the shopping cart. That's the icon that we are trying to use, and the rest everything is going to be exactly the same thing. Let's copy this and let's apply it over here, save the changes. So now you can able to see those two different options over there. All right, so let's move ahead and bring this image icons over there, and that's what we are up to do next. All right then, so since we successfully finished the top section of our product screen, so next what we have to do, we have to bring this image section over there. So let's go ahead and do that image section. So this is the place where the top section gets completed. So now what I need to do is I need to get the image section. Well, basically what we need to do is this screen width will be time to time, it will get changed, so you can't fix the width for your image. So to do that, what you need to do is, it's better to get the height of the screen. So basically what I'm trying to do is I need to get the height of the screen, and I'm going to use the half of the screen height. All right, so half of the screen height, I'm going to use that. So I already shown you how exactly that you need to get the dimensions. Somewhere we get the dimensions. All right, so here we are. So let me copy this and let me paste it in the top of this. So we need to get the height of your screen, right? So change this width into height and import this dimensions from the window. I'm trying to get the height, right? So now we do have the screen height of your loaded screen. So now let's get back to the image section, the place where we need to display the image. So basically this is the place where I'm trying to display the view. So this view, of course, it's going to take the width as a full width completely, no changes in that, and everything inside is going to be in a column direction, and they are going to be in the center, and everything is going to be in the center. All right, and it's going to use their relative position, and background is going to be BG red color for the time being. Let's save these changes, but currently you can't see nothing because we haven't fixed the height in the style attribute. So what I'm trying to do is I'm going to fix the height, and the height is going to be the screen height, and basically half of your screen height. And now you can able to see that image exactly over there, right? You can able to see that view, which is specific height of it. So I don't need this background color anymore. I know that I do have that image, the view height right now. So inside this view, what I'm trying to do is I need to bring the image. So let's bring the image from the React Native. Make sure that is imported inside the React Native package. All right, don't make mistake over there. And the source, and inside the source we have the URI object, because whenever you're working with URL, this is how you need to supply your image detail. So if you open the console log, you can able to see the main image, and of course you can able to see the BG image option also. Somewhere you can able to see ID here, BG image. So we need to display the both of them. So first I'm going to display the BG image, and top of that I'm going to bring one more view, and I'm going to display the product. So let's do that now. So data, I think that's the data. Yes, that's the state name. So data, and then from that I'm going to get this BG image. Let me copy this BG image, _ dot assets. Inside the assets we do have the URL, so that's enough right now. So resize mode, of course, it's going to cover the entire screen. So cover, and the class name, it's going to be width full, height full, and opacity, we need to reduce the opacity. Let me show you why exactly. The reason, you can see it's too dark. Now if I'm trying to bring some of the object to the top of it, you can able to see it. So let me leave it so far right now, and later we'll change it that. So over here I need to bring one more view, class name, and of course this is going to take the width as full, height as full, and position, it's going to be absolute, and it should be in the top left corner, and everything it's inside this, it should be item center and justify center, and the BG for the for time being, it's going to be red color. And now you can see this view is exactly the top of that image, so that you can't able to see. So if I remove this BG, you can able to see that, right? So now inside here I need to bring this exact same image. Let me copy this and let me put it over here, and this time this is going to be the main image. Copy this and put it over here, and this is going to contain, it should display the each and every record, but this time it is going to use the 80. Save these changes, and now you can able to see your product image in the exact position. But as I told you, you can able to see that background image is not making your product pop up. So what I need to do is I need to reduce the opacity level of your background image, and I'm going to keep it as a 30%, and now you can able to see the background and as well as your product. All right, so that makes sense, right? So now we do have this nice image over here, and we need to bring the categories and everything one after another, and that's what we are trying to do next. Okay, then. So now since we successfully finished the product images and everything, so let's move ahead and bring the category sections just like the way what we have over here. So let's get back here, and this is the view where it's getting completed. So right after here, this is the category section. All right, so now here what I need to do is I need to bring the view as usual, and let's say the class name for this, and let's keep the width as full, and of course it's going to be flex row, an item center, and justify it in the evenly, and the margin bottom, of course it's going to be 4 because we need some space at the bottom after the bottom. So if I do have the data dot categories, so basically you need to check whether you do have the categories or not, because for a few product you might lose the categories. So here it is, categories, you might don't have the categories. In that situation we need to handle that issues also. If I do have the categories, or if the data dot categories dot length length has the length is greater than 0, then I am supposed to display. So here over here, data dot categories dot map function, I need to render it. And I need to get the value of it. Value, open it, and inside here I need to bring a view. And for this view, the key is going to be inside the each and every category. Of course, we do have the ID attribute, so I'm going to use that as the ID key for each and every prop, every view inside in it. And then inside here, I need to bring the title of it. So let's bring the text, and let's bring the value dot title. So let's say this changes. Now of course you can able to see the category names over here. Okay, so let's add some styles for this view. Class name is equals to, so padding is going to be 2, and width of course it's going to be not 2 by 4, it's going to be 24, and rounded it's going to be excel, and bg it's going to be white color, white. And of course it's going to be flex in the column direction, item center, justify center, and space between the two objects it's going to be 2. And inside here I'm going to bring the image, so I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here, but this time this is going to be value main image asset, because inside this category section you can see we do have the main image object. So I'm just going to change this, and instead of this to 80 and 80, I'm just going to change this to 10, and I'm going to keep the opacity level as 70. So the reason why we am keeping it, because it's too dark, the image is purely black, so I need to reduce the opacity level of the black. So that's the reason I changed the opacity to the 70. So now it's looking much better instead of keeping it in a purely black color. So then in the class name for the text is going to be font, of course it's going to be semi bold, and the text color it's going to be hash. Save the changes, and that looks much better than before. All right, so now we finished this product category over here. So then what we are up to do is it's to bring that the title and the description section. All right, so that's what we are about to do. All right. So then what we need to do is, so basically if you have a look over here, so this white area, it's taking the complete length of your screen. So but we already added the safe area view, so that will not allow you to cross this length, that will not allow you to take over the remaining space. So right after the safe area view, I'm trying to create a one more division. All right, so I'm trying to create a one more div or one more view section, which is going to be that white layer. So let's go ahead and do that now. So over here I'm trying to create a view, and that view is going to be the class name, which is going to be with full, and flex, of course, it's going to be 1, and height is also going to be full, and bg it's going to be bg white color, and the rounded top corner, it's going to be a 36 pixels rounded top, and the padding inside py top and bottom, it's going to be 6, px it's going to be 12, and space between each and every object is going to be y4. And now we can able to see this white area. So if you are trying to keep this view inside the safe area view, you will not get the exact layer what you're looking right now. So let me show you how exactly it looks like if you're keeping it over here. See, this is how it looks like. So to avoid that only, I'm just keeping it outside the safe area view. Now it's looking much better. So inside this view, now what we have to do is, if you have a close look over here, we having this title, and we have to bring that we have to bring that add to cart option, or we have to bring that the favorite option. So I'm not supposed to display this stars or how many reviews that I do have that for that project. So I'm just going to keep that heart icon over there. All right, so let's go ahead and do that stuff right now. All right, so what we need to do is, so over here I'm just going to copy and paste the code which we already did for our that product screen over here, just exactly the same stuff. All right, you can able to see, and it's showing that and design which is not imported. So let's import it. And now, so I just copied this exact same design what we created over here, this one. So now if I open it, if I tap this, and there you can able to see that title and the description along with the icon with the touchable opacity over there. All right, so that's the view. Inside that view we have a few more views over there. One is for the text, and another one is for the short description, and another one is for the touchable opacity. This is the thing that we added over there. All right, so now let's move on to the bottom section. This is the top section, and this top section is now completed. And now let's move on to the bottom section. Bottom section. 1 second. So here, now inside this bottom section, now what I'm trying to do is, I'm just trying to create one more view, basically view, and this view is going to be class name, and of course it's going to be a flex row direction, and width full, item center, and justify it in the between there. And inside here, first I need to bring the text price. So I need to display the text price. So let me bring the text price over here, just like this, and there you can able to see the text price. So right after the text price, I need to display the add to cart option and the cart button and everything. All right, so to display that, so I'm going to create a view, and that is going to be, okay, so which is going to be a very big class over here. So of course it's going to be in a flex row direction, flex row. All right, an item center and justified center, and space x is going to be 4, and rounded corners it's going to be XL, and of course we need to add the border, and border gray color it's going to be 200, and px padding x it's going to be 4, and padding top and bottom it's going to be 1. And inside here I need to bring two touchable opacities, and let me copy it and paste it. And in between this touchable opacity, we need to bring a text. So let's bring a text, and for the time being I'm just displaying the number as 1, and later I need to update the quantity and everything. So let's do that later. For the time being, for the UI sake, I'm just bringing a text inside here. So let's keep it as text XL, and font as bold, and text as black color. All right, so inside the touchable opacity, I'm just going to do the exact same thing. I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to paste this over here and over here. but instead of this black color, I'm going to update this black color into hash 555. Save these changes, but instead of this, I'm going to bring the minus and the plus, so it looks like that. All right, so whenever you're clicking it, it looks like that, a button. So once you're done with this view, then what we need to do is we need to bring a card. We need to bring a card. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to bring it over here. Touchable opacity for this text color, text size is going to be a base size, and font is going to be the semi-bold, and text is, of course, it's going to be gray 50. So right now, if you save this, you can't see anything, right? Because it is a white color, so you can't see anything. But for this touchable opacity, I'm going to add a BG black color, BG black, and I'm going to say PX. It's going to be for padding top and bottom and rounded excels. So that will gives you the rounded corners with the top and bottom, and with the left and right paddings. It just looks like this. All right. So now we successfully completed that UI design. So the next important part that we need to do with this is to finish this particular option, that increment and decrement option. So that's what we are supposed to do next, and that's what we are going to do next. So before jumping into the adding and closing this, adding and incrementing and decrementing the quantity, let's fix this go back option. So let's go to the top, and we need to bring that navigation object. So const navigation equals to use navigation hook. So whenever I'm tapping this particular option, so on press, I'm going to call a callback function. I'm going to say navigation dot go back option. Save these changes. All right, so now if I tap this, that will take me back to the previous screen which I've been loaded. So now it's loading, and it's loading all these things. So let's jump into update this cart item quantity. So for that, what I'm going to do is, this is the place where we are adding that. So here I'm just going to say on press, I'm going to call a callback function, and I'm going to say handle quantity QTY, and I'm going to call a function with -1. I'm setting the value as -1. Whenever I'm clicking the minus option, that needs to call with the value with the -1. And whenever I'm clicking this this touchable opacity, and that should send the positive value. All right, so let's go ahead and create that function right after this use effect. Const handle quantity, I'm going to take the action, whatever the action which is coming along with that increment or decrement, whatever it is. To monitor that, I'm going to bring the state. So let's bring a state over here. Let's give it as use state snippet QTY, and set quantity. By default, it's going to be 1. So we need to make sure that the quantity should not be reduced less than 1. Right, so let's go ahead and handle that. So here I'm getting that handle quantity function. Whenever I'm clicking, whether it is a negative or a positive, I will get the quantity count over here. So I need to get the new quantity. So let's say const new quantity, which equals to the quantity plus the action. Then we need to update this new quantity for our state. So state quantity, if the new quantity value, if it is greater than or equals to 1, then we need to set the value to the new quantity. Whatever the new quantity it is, we need to set that value to it, or else we need to set the value to 1. So if it is less than 1 or equals to 1, so of course it will be directly set the new quantity. If it is going less than 1, then it will set the value as 1. It will not allow the user to go beyond the value, not less than the value 1. So let's refresh it so far, and if I click this, the state is getting updated. And if I click this, once it reaches the 1, even if you're clicking it, it will not allow you to set the value to less than 1. All right, so that's looking good, right? Good. So now this is successfully done. So the next part, what we need to do is, when I click this, we need to add this to cart icon, and we need to bring that bottom tab navigations also. So we haven't initiated that bottom tab navigations. That's the options that we need to do now. All right, so let's go ahead and fix the bottom tab navigations. Then we can move on to the cart screen options. All right, then, so let's go ahead and create a new component, which is nothing but our bottom tab. So let me create a new component over here, right click on new tab, and let me say bottom tab.jsx, and RNFE, say the changes, and I need to export this from here, copy it and paste it, and let's change this to bottom tab, copy it, paste it over here, save these changes, close this. We don't need that anymore, and we don't need the feed details, feeds, leave the home screen, let's keep the product screen, and I don't need this index.js, and the app.js is necessary. The reason why we need to add the bottom tab inside the app.js, because that's need to display in every single screen except your onboarding screen. So later I'll show you how to get the active screen so that we can able to change the tab active colors and everything. So first I need to bring the bottom tab over here. So let me add the bottom tab. So now it's imported from the components. All right, so cool. Now we have our bottom tab. Let's save these changes. Now I can able to see the bottom tab at the bottom over here. So let's go to the bottom tab design and let's customize it a bit. So over here, now what I need to do is I need to bring the view. I need to customize this view. So class name, which is going to be, so absolute, it is going to be absolute, and of course it's going to be always in the bottom 6, from the bottom position 6, and width of course it's going to be full, and px it's going to be 8. All right, now you can able to see that bottom tab, it's looking over here. But instead of this text, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring one more view, and this view, which is going to have a specific design styles and everything. All right, so here now what I need to do is, so this is going to have a very specific background color. So let me copy that background color and paste it over here like this. Then of course it's going to have the rounded as an Excel, and padding in left and right it's going to be 4, and top and bottom it's going to be 6, and width of course it's going to be full, flex everything inside, and it's going to be row and item center, and justify around. All right, let's save these changes, and now you can able to see that bottom tab over there. Then inside here I need to bring 3 sets of icons, right? So let's bring the one by one icon over here. First icon is going to be the user icon. So let me copy and paste it and import those things. Awesome. So I'm going to bring the user icons, so you can able to see the user icon over there. Then I'm going to copy this exact same thing, and I'm going to paste it 2 more times, but this time this is going to be material icons. Instead of user, I'm just going to use format list bulleted. Format list bulleted. Okay, this is the icon that we are going to use. So save changes, and now you can able to see this format list icon, bulleted list. Then at last, then what we need to do, we need to bring the home icon, home, save these changes, and now we can able to see the home icon over there. Then we need to bring 2 more thing, which is nothing but copy this, paste it, and this is going to be the material icons, and this is going to be the collections, and this is going to be exactly the same material icons, and this is going to be the shopping cart. So save these changes, and now we can able to see all the icons, but I can't see which icon or which is the active screen. So whenever it is active, for instance, if I tap this, that needs to take me to the home screen, but if it is in the home screen, it needs to be active, right? So we need to get the active screen information. So whenever I'm clicking this home option, so let me add, I need to bring the navigation object. So const navigation equals to use navigation open it. So whenever I'm clicking this home, let's say on press, that's need to take me to the home screen. Navigation.navigate, open it, copy this home and give that name over there, save this, and if I click this, that takes me to the home screen. But the problem is it's not highlighting it as an active screen. To get that active screen, I need to do some stuffs over here. So let's go ahead and start doing that. So to get the active screen, what I need to do is right after here, so I'm going to create one more component. So let's say const my component. So this is just to get the active screen. So equals to open it, and it's having certain properties for it. Open it. All right. So inside this, I'm just going to have the navigation object const navigation equals to use navigation hook. All right. So then I'm going to have a use effects hook. Open it. Use effect hook. And inside this use effect hook, like what we are going to do is, so basically now what exactly that we need to do over here is enter here. So I'm just going to say const unsubscribe or something, like any text, specific text that you want. Navigation dot add listener. I'm going to add a listener. So, and I'm going to get the state information of the navigation whenever it is the state is being changed. So that should call this callback function. So from that, I'm just going to get the current screen by using navigation dot get current screen method. Navigation dot get current CURR get current route method dot name. From this, I'll get that name. Then inside this component, I need to pass the set active screen. So basically that is nothing but the use state which I going to create from here. Active screen, and set active screen. Initially it's going to be null, or it's going to be an empty string. So I'm passing this active string to this component, and that will set the active screen, which is the current screen. So if you want to make sure, let's console.log, and let's say active screen colon, and let's give it as an active screen, or not active screen, let's give it as a current screen. All right. So at the end, we need to call return unsubscribe. All right. So whenever there is changes on the navigation, this needs to be re-rendered, and we need to wrap this entire stuff. We need to bring this component into our app component. So let's bring this my component over here, and for this I'm just passing set active screen prop, and I'm sending that set active screen. So now I will get the active screen details over here. So if you are looking at the top, you can see active screen onboarding and active screen home. The reason is because it's just displaying it on the onboarding screen, because this is the place where we are displaying. If you go to the onboarding screen, where it is onboarding screen, and this is the place where we are checking. If I'm changing this into the false, and if I am reloading it, you can able to see this bottom navigations on the onboarding screen also. But I don't want to do that. So what I need to do is, all I have to do is to change this stuff. We will get the active screen informations. We are getting that active screens informations, everything over here. All right. So to do that, what I need to do is, I need to check the condition over here. So cut it, open it. If we have the active screen, and that is not supposed to be equals to the onboarding screen, then only I need to render this bottom tab navigation. It is not supposed to be equals to onboarding. If it is equals to onboarding, we are not supposed to display that onboarding, that bottom tab navigation. Then I'm supplying this active screen as a property for our bottom tab navigation, bottom tab. Then let's go here, then bring that prop. So inside this prop, now we do have the active screen. So I need to change the color of the home screen whenever that is active. So this is the place where we are displaying that color. So what I'm supposed to say over here is, let me cut this, open it. If it is active screen, then what we need to do, and if the active screen is equals to home, then it's equals to home, then what I need to do is, this color should be white color, or else this should display this specific color. Save these changes, and now you can able to see that is the home screen is the active screen, and you can able to see it is in a different color. Now if I navigate to any other screen, you can't able to see that active screen. That's the reason, is because the product screen is the active right now, see. So that's the reason it's not showing you that as an active screen. So we customizedly created ourselves a bottom tab navigation with the active screen information and everything. All right. So let's jump into the next part of the video, which is nothing but our cart. So all I have to do is to push this item to the cart. So we need to create a Redux for our cart screen, and we need to add all the items into the cart one after another. And that's what we are going to do now. Create the Basically, for cart actions, we need 3 different actions. 1, to add the item, and 2, to remove an item, and 3, to make the cart completely empty. And let's create a new file for the reducers also, and let's see, keep it as the cart reducer.js. So let's get into the cart actions. So here I'm just going to copy and paste that complete cart actions over here. So I created a function called add to cart, and I'm supplying the data, and the type of that action is this, and the item which we are supplying it as the data, and we are trying to remove the cart from the item from the cart, and that's the ID, and this is the type that we are sending, and this is the item that we are trying to remove, and this is the way how we clean the complete, keep the complete cart as an empty cart. So save this change. Now the cart action is done. So let's jump into the cart reducer. So let's go to the reducer. So I'm just going to keep the initial state const initial state equals to cart as an empty array. All right. So then const cart reducer equals to arrow function, and here this is going to take two different parameters. One is the initial state, and another one is the action. Open it. So here switch, open it, action dot type. If the action dot type which is equals to add to cart, so let's bring the add to cart option, copy and paste it over here. If that is equals to this specific case, I'm going to return it, open it. Then I'm going to destructure the complete state over here, enter, and I'm going to bring the cart colon, open the array. I'm going to destructure basically what we are trying to do. So even though if your cart is empty or not empty, so we need to add that specific product into that particular cart, right? So I need to basically the cart is an array. So first I need to bring the entire cart inside, then I need to add the new item. So destructure the state completely, state dot cart, bring the previous value of your cart items, everything, and then add your new items into the cart, new item. So basically that is the object which is coming from your cart. All right. So now if the case is equals to remove from cart colon, return, open it, we need to destructure the complete state. And then now what I need to do is I need to remove that particular ID from that cart. So basically what we can do is we can simply filter it. except that particular ID, I need to bring every single thing. So let's get the cart colon and state dot cart dot filter, open it. I need to get the item from it, then item dot data dot underscore ID, which is not equals to action dot this item ID. Copy this and paste it over here. All right, so cool. Now what we need to do is, and finally we need to make it as the one more state for this as nothing but that is the empty card. Copy this action, copy this action. If this is equals to, then what we need to do, we need to return the state as it is state. Then we need to make the cart as an empty cart, and at last the default is going to be return the state, save the change. And finally I need to export this cart reducer. So export default as cart reducer. So then what we need to do is we need to go to the index.js of this reducer, and I need to combine it in the name of cart items. The name of cart items, I just reduce everything, cart items. Then I need to bring the cart reducer. So this will be combined together. Now everything will be reloaded. Fine, it's loaded perfectly, and we don't have to update anything inside the store. So now we have the cart actions and cart reducers and everything. So let's go to our product screen. Let's jump to our product screen where it is. Once again, so now what I need to do is at the bottom of your product screen, where it is over here, you can see we have the option called add to cart, this particular option, cart. All right, so now what I need to do is I need to make sure, so if the cart items, so I need to figure it out whether this particular ID, if this particular ID which is already inside the cart item, that means this product is already added into our cart. So we are not supposed to allow the user to add this product again into the cart, right? So that's what we need to do. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the cart state first. So first I need to get the cart items. So let's go ahead and bring the cart items. So just like the same way how we extracted the feeds. So I need to bring the cart items, use state, I'm getting the cart items from there. Then if I need to scroll down completely, so this is the place. So I'm just going to cut it completely. If the cart items dot cart dot filter method, I'm going to extract that particular item. If that item dot data dot underscore ID, which is equals to data dot underscore ID, data is the local object, and we are trying to compare that product ID which is equals to this ID. That means we do have that item into that particular cart. So if that length is greater than 0, that means we do have it inside the cart. We need to display something else. If not, we need to display this option. So instead of this, I'm going to display it, and instead of this, I'm going to display the text as added. All right, so right now it's loading. It's loading and loading and loading. Let's get back to the home screen and let's reload it. It's working perfectly. And let's move into that's product. All right, so still it's showing the cart option only. So for this, I'm going to add an on press event, on press handle press cart, something like this. So let me scroll up. So the reason why we are adding this, so if this product ID which is already inside the cart items, we are supposed to display this product as an added. If not, we need to display it as add this option, add this product to the cart, something like this. And that for that particular button, I'm adding this handle press cart. So now I need to create that event. So over here, const handle press cart equals to, all we have to do is to dispatch this item to the cart items. So we need to get the dispatch object. So over here, const dispatch equals to use dispatch hook. So then inside the handle press cart, now what we need to do is, so all I have to do is to dispatch, and I'm going to call that add to cart action method, and I'm going to send two different options. Okay, one, I need to send the quantity which we have over here, because we don't have the quantity field inside the data API, which is added separately. So I need to send the data separately, and I need to send the quantity separately. So data object is going to be the data, and the quantity object is going to be quantity. That's the reason every time whenever I'm adding over here, I'm just adding the option as item data.id. And as the same way also, I did the same thing inside the cart reducer also, the data ID, because inside the item we are getting two different objects. One is data and another one is quantity. So we need to get the data ID. So that's the reason we add it as a data. So now I hope you understand what's the exact reason I added it like that. So now inside the product screen, and now if I press this press cart, if I add this, we are getting the error as ATY does not exist, where we are getting that. Okay, here it is, QTY. Save these changes, and now if I click add to cart, now we can able to see here it's showing as an added. The reason is because that particular product is added successfully to our cart screen. So now all we have to do is to jump to the cart screen and bring all the items from the cart Redux store, and we need to display it inside the cart screen. That's what we are about to do next. All right, then, since we successfully added the products to the cart, so let's jump into the cart screen now. So what we need to do is, let me go back to the screens page, and over here I'm just going to create a new screen called cart screen.jsx and rnfe, and go to the index.js, copy this and paste it, and this is going to be the cart screen. Copy this, paste it over here. Well, now we configured the cart screen, and we need to navigate this button options and everything. Whenever I'm clicking this and this, that needs to be navigated to the cart screen. So first let's configure it in the app.jsx. Let me copy this and paste it over here, change this to cart screen, and change the name of that screen also cart screen. Right, now we have both configured the screens in the app.js. So let's get back to the bottom tab. Where is the bottom tab? All right, so just like the same way, I need to change this color of the cart. This is the place, and this is the color property. Paste it over here, and go to the app.jsx again, copy the name of the screen, and get the bottom tab and change this to cart screen. All right, and then on press, I need to navigate this to the cart screen. So let me copy this guy one from here, copy, paste it, and copy the screen name and replace the screen name. Save these changes. So now whenever if I want to get back to the cart screen, if I tab it, that will take the user to the cart screen, and you can see the cart tab is now active. And if I get back to the home, click this, and you can able to see that product is already added in the cart. So that's the reason it's showing that added option. If I open any other products, for instance, let's say if I'm opening this one, it's loading. and the background image still it's loading because that's a very big image, I think. So yes, that's the reason. And you can see now it's showing here as a cart, add the cart option, so that I can able to add this to the cart, right? So let's update the text. This text doesn't make any sense because like it's looking like cart. So what does mean like cart? So we just need to change the text to add to cart, add to cart, something like that. So now it's showing like add to cart. Fine, that looks cool, right? So let's get back to the cart screen now, and let's go ahead and customize the cart screen. So inside this cart screen, so what we need to do, just like the same way, let's start customizing each and everything one by one. So this thing, it's supposed to be a safe area view. So let's bring the safe area view first. So now I can able to see the cart screen over here. So then inside here, class name equals to, of course this is going to take the flex one completely, and width is going to be full, and item everything should be in the start, and justify it's also going to be in the start, and bg it's going to be hash EBEAEF like that, and space y4. All right, so that's looking much better. So then what we need to do is, first, if you have a look at over here, we have this icon, and we have this the profile, the name, and we have this the cart bag. So let's go ahead and bring that options. So over here, so what we are trying to do now, this is the top section, and let's bring that view tag over here, view, and inside this view I'm going to give a class name, and that view basically it's going to be a flex row, an item center, and justify between, and width of course it's going to be full, padding of course it's going to be 4, and top and bottom it's going to be 2. All right, so inside this first, what is that first we do have, we need to bring the touchable opacity. So bring the touchable opacity, and we need to bring an icon first. So I'm just going to bring icon, and the name of the icon is going to be chevron left, and the size of the icon is going to be 32, and the color of the icon is going to be hash 555. Save the changes. Now we have the icon over there. So for this I need to add that back option. So let's bring the navigation option. So const navigation equals to use navigation, and let me on press. So we need to call this callback function, and we need to navigate this guy to go back to the previous screen. Whatever the screen is, it's need to take that user to the previous screen. So now if I tap this, that will take you to the previous screen. If I click the cart screen, now I'm inside the cart, and if I tap this, that will take me to the previous screen. Let me load different product now. I'll open this one. So now the product is open, and you can see the category, everything is updated. Now if I tap this cart screen from here, and if I tap go back, that will take us to the different screen. So we need to update this one also in the product screen. Let's go to the product screen, and at the top of the product screen we have this icon shopping cart. For that also we need to add that on press event navigation dot navigate the user to the cart screen. So now from here, if I click this, that will take me to the cart screen. All right, so let's go back to the cart screen. So after this, what I need to do, I need to bring a text called a shopping bag. So text, I'm just going to say shopping bag. This text basically it's going to have a class name. As text size is going to be Excel, so it looks much better, and the font size is going to be the semi bold, and the text color it's going to be the exact same color of your icon, so hash FFF. So save the changes. Now it's looking the same way. So don't worry about it, because of the justify between, it's like it's pushed to the end. So after adding one more product over, one more icon over here, that will be perfectly fine. So if you have a look at that shopping bag, it's having this white layer. Inside that we having the icon, at the top of it we have the total item inside the cart. So let's go ahead and bring that stuff now. So view So basically this view is going to be have a class name like a very specific width, like width as 10 and height as 10 and rounded excel, and bg it's going to be white. So let's save these changes, and now you can see that that view over there, and it's going to be flux item center justified center. So everything inside this view will be in the exact center location, and we need to bring an absolute division, one more view over there. So to do that, what we have to do is we need to make this as a relative position. So I can keep anything inside this view as an absolute, and I can move it wherever I want. All right, so first let me bring that shopping back. So to do that, I'm going to load the font awesome 5 and make sure that is imported over there as font awesome 5 inside the Expo vector icons. All right, so it's imported, and the name of the icon which we are going to use is going to be the shopping bag, shopping hyphen bag. Then the size is going to be 16 and the color it's going to be black. Save the changes. Now I can see the icon over there. Look at that, that's looking cool. So then what I need to do is I need to bring one more view. So this view, and basically this view is going to be the absolute positions. It's going to be in the absolute position. All right, so it is going to be in the topmost top right corner, right? So we need to keep this thing in the top right corner. So before that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to fix the width and height. Width is going to be 4, height is also going to be 4, and bg is going to be the black color. So save these changes. Now it is in the exact center location. I need to bring it to the top and right 0, so that will be in the top right corner now. And now what I need to do is I need to make it rounded as an MD direction. So save this. Now it will be a little bit rounded. All right, and then now whatever inside this, I need to keep it in the exact center location. So flex item center justified center. All right, so let me enable the word wrap so that you can see it clearly. Word wrap. All right, so now inside here, what I need to do, I need to bring the cart length. So for the time being, I'm just going to display a text, and I'm just going to display text with the size like number like 2. Class name, which is going to be text white. So that will be in the exact center location. All right, so we need to change this now. So to change this, what we have to do is we need to fetch the cart items from the state, and we need to display the length and everything. So after this, so far what we have done in the cart screen, we displayed the top section, and we have to fetch the cart from the Redux state, and we need to display it over there, and that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so let's go ahead and bring the cart. So what we need to do is over here, I'm going to say const cart items. That's the cart items name, because that's the name that we added in our reducer over here. See, that's the name, so we need to use that. So I don't need this, I don't need this. Cart action, we don't need this. And product sync screen, we don't need it. Onboarding screen, we don't need it. Index.js, bottom tab.js, home screen.js. All right, so that's fine. So equals to so now what I need to do is I need to get the state. So use selector hook. I'm going to use the use selector hook from the state. Use selector hook. Let's get the state object completely. From the state, I'm just trying to get the cart items alone. So save these changes. So now you will get the cart items from the state objects. All right, so let's do the console log whether we are getting the state or not. Console.log cart items, cart items. Save the changes, and now we should be able to see the cart items over here. See, inside the cart items we have an object called cart, and inside that cart we have an array, and inside that array we have that particular object. So I need to get this object first. So you can do it in this way. I can get this object like this way. So now you can able to see we have the complete details over here. Okay, inside the cart items we have an object called cart, so we need only that particular cart. So now I have the complete arrays over here. So let's go ahead and start doing that options and everything. All right, either you can directly fetch the complete data object and the quantity from like this, otherwise you can leave it as it is. Fine. So in this case, I'm just going to leave it like this. Now the console log, everything is done. So then what we have to do is, now we have the cart items and everything in our hand. So I need to display the total length of the cart items. So what I need to do is over here. So let's say cart items. If we do have the cart items, if I do have the cart items, then I need to find its length. Find its length. So that will display the cart length. So let's go ahead and add one more product. So let me increase the quantity of this product and let me add this to the cart. Now it's added successfully. And if I get back to the cart, now you can see it's showing the total number of count as number 2, right? The reason is because we added one more item in the cart, so it's working as it's supposed to be. Cool. So then what we need to do is, we finish the top section, and then all right, so let's start. So this is the division which is completed, and right after here what we need to do is we need to display, if the cart items it's empty, I need to display an image. If the cart items is not empty, then I need to display something else, right? So that's what we are about to do now. So let's go ahead and do that. So if you have a look at this design over here, you can see basically it can able to display 3 different products over here. So if you are adding more than that, it will automatically enable the scroll view of it, right? So we need to bring the scroll view also for that. So if none of the products are added to the cart, we need to display it as a different, like an empty screen, right? So let's go ahead and bring that now. So here I need to check if the cart items, dot length, if the dot length is equals to 0, or if not cart items, if there is nothing in the cart items, then what I need to do, I need to display something. If else, I need to do something. So say this changes, so for nothing will happen. So over here, this particular place, so let me keep the cart as empty. So let me reload this app. So we need to keep the cart items empty, right? So let me reload the app. So currently the cart screen is completely empty. You can see the length is 0, right? So none of the products are added in the cart. So let's go ahead and let me change this. I need to bring a view over here, and inside this view we need to add the stuff whatever we wish to add. So let's say the class name is going to be flex1, and everything should be in the item center, and justify center, and then padding it's going to be 4, and let me say bg red for the time being. Let's see how exactly it's looking right now. All right, so it's looking like this. The problem is it's not taking the screen width, because it's, even if you are adding the width as full. All right, it's working fine. So now what I need to do is, inside here I need to bring an image. So let's bring an image, and let's say source of the image. So basically it's not imported, so let's import it in the React Native, make sure that is added over there. And source of this, the source property, it's going to be the empty cart which is coming from the assets. Then the class name is going to be width 64 and hatch 64, and resize mode is going to be contain. So let's say this changes. Now I can able to see the cart over there. You can see. All right. So let's remove this background color for the time being. We don't need this background color. So let's delete this. Now I can able to see the cart, empty cart image over there. So now if the cart is empty, this image will be displayed perfectly as it's supposed to be. Oh, that's looking good. So then what we need to do is, so if we do have some data, I need to bring a view over here. Let me bring a view. So now let's add some styles to this. Instead of keeping it as a view, what we can do is, let's change this into a scroll view. Scroll view. Save the changes. Fine. So let's add something to the cart. Let's add this one. Get the quantity to add it. Let's get back. And I think I can add this one also. Increase the quantity, add to cart. And let's add this one. So let's leave it as 1 and add to cart. All right, so that's looking much better, I think. So now we have 3 different products. All right, so now we have something to display in the scroll view. So I'm going to make this scroll view as class name. It's going to be, it should take the width full always, and of course it's going to be the flash one. So we are forcing it to access the complete width. So view, it's going to be class name, and flex space y, it's going to be 4. And then inside this, so now what we need to do is basically we need to render that items which we have in the cart over here. Okay, now let's get that flat list. So to bring this, what we need to do is we need to bring the flat list. So flat list. So I'm just going to use the flat list. So basically flat list just helps you to render an items either in a horizontal way or in the like what to say, in the vertical way. So let me bring the flat list over here. So first you need to supply the data, what exact data that you are going to supply for your flat list. So let's add the data to the flat list. So data, there's a prop called data prop. So to the data prop, you need to supply your data. So basically I'm having the data in my cart items. So that's the data I need to supply to it. Then I need to get the key. So let's get the key extractor. So I'm going to extract the each and every item, and I'm going to get the ID of that particular item, and I'm going to put it into the key extractor. So I'm going to get the data, or let's keep it as an item, so we don't need to get confused. So item. So I need to get every single item. Inside the cart items, you can able to see that we do have as 2 different objects, data and the quantity, right? So inside the data only, we have that ID information. So I need to get the item dot data dot underscore ID. All right. So then after here, once you have the key extractor and everything, so next what I need to do, I need to render the each and every item. So let's get the open a function, and inside the function I'm going to get the item object, and then I'm going to call a callback function, and I'm going to render a view over here. So instead of rendering as a view, I'm going to get a separate internal component. So let's say export const cart item card. That's the component that I'm supposed to create right now. Open it, and this is going to have a property of like we can supply the item and as well as the quantity, because we need to calculate the quantity also, right? So we need to supply both of them separately. Then I'm going to return a view, and inside this view I'm going to have a text for the time being, and let's say cart item card, something like this. So I need to bring that cart item card over there. So let's get back to the flat list, and over here I need to call that cart item card, and for the cart item card I need to supply the item prop. Basically the item prop is nothing but item dot data, and the quantity prop, and quantity prop is nothing but item dot quantity. Save this change, and what happened, let's get back. Currently the cart, again it's been empty, I think so. Let's go here because it's reloaded due to some reason, I don't know. Let's add this product, and let's add a few more. Let's add that one, increase the quantity, add it, and let's get back to the cart screen. Now I don't know why it's not rendering. Right now it's supposed to be rendered. So cart item card, It's returned, and the view, everything, it's been returned. No mistakes over there. And the flat list is also enabled. Flat list is also added. What am I missing over here? So we added the key extractor, we added the cart items, and we got the item over here, cart item. Let me do the console.log item. Let's do the console log. See, due to some reason, it's just reloading it every single time. The cart screen is getting reloaded. Reload it. Let me add this product. Add to cart. Go to the cart screen. Yeah, now it's rendering the cart item card. See, it's rendering it. I don't know why previously it's not rendered. We are getting a bunch of warning right now. So let's ignore it. Let's finish it and let's see what exact mistake it might be. Let's increase the quantity and add it to the cart, and let's get back to the cart screen. What is this? Should never be nested plain scroll view with some orientation, because it can be break. So what it might be, virtualized list should never be nested inside scroll view. Okay, the problem is it's because of this inside the scroll view. Okay, that will be fixed. Fine, we'll fix that later. All right, so now we got that cart item card and everything, it's been displaying over there. So now what we need to do is we just need to arrange all these data exactly how it's looking over here. So that's what we need to do next. All right, then, so now what we need to do, let's go ahead and customize this cart items card. So first what we need to do, we need to bring this nice design over here. So let's go ahead and let's go to the cart item card. So let's customize this cart item card first. So what I need to do is basically this view is going to keep the entire stuff into a flex row. So let's add it as a flex row, and px it's going to be 6, and width is going to be full, and item everything should be in the center, and the margin top and bottom, the mi1, the top and bottom is going to be 1 inch in the both up and down. So now then inside this I'm going to bring a view. Okay, this view it's going to be bg white, and rounded it's going to be as an excel, and flex everything should be in the center, justified center, and padding it's going to be 2, and width is going to be 16, height is also going to be 16, position is going to be a relative position, because inside this we need to bring 2 different images, right? So let me enable the word wrap. View word wrap, it's already enabled, I think so. Yes, so now we can see it clearly. So now inside here, now what I need to do is I need to bring that image. So basically how exactly we displayed it in the product screen. So let's go to the product screen and copy it and paste it over here. Go to the product screen and let's copy these 2 different images. Copy this and let's get back to the cart screen, paste it over here. But this time what I need to do is, this time it is not data, this is item.bg image asset URL, and this is going to be full, opacity is going to be 30, but this size is it's going to be 12. So let's say this changes. Now you can able to see that that images and icons and everything, right? But something is messing up because they are not aligned properly. What am I missing over here? Inside this view, we have that image, and we have this view one more time, contain. I think because of this guy over here, because of this. And let me delete the width full also, and I'm just going to say inset 0. Basically that will pin on top, left, right, bottom, and everywhere. So now we can see the product is arranged in the exact center location. Okay, so next what we need to do is, so now we have that the view section. Inside the view, now we have that image. So then after that image, so what I need to do, so that's what this is for, image. And where is this view? It's been ending right over here. So right after here, now after that view, what we need to do, we need to bring that which is that this section, this particular section, text section. All right, so over here, so let's go ahead and add the text section now. So view, and basically this view is going to be class name, which is going to be in the column direction, so item center, and space y in the between the objects, and margin left, I'm just going to add the 3 spaces because everything is aligned in the close to the left side of it. So we need some space over there. So inside here, I'm going to create a one more view, and inside this view, now I'm going to use the same styles. Class name equals to flex, and items, it should be in the starting position, and justify everything should be in the center. Then inside here, I need to bring the text property one after another. So first I'm going to bring the item.title, save the changes. Now you can see the item.title. Let's copy and paste it 2 more times. And you need to bring the short description. There somewhere you can find this short description, bring it. And then I need to bring the price field over here. So basically we need to find out the price. So to do that, we have this price field, copy it, and let me add the $sign over here, dollar, and price field should be multiplied along with the quantity. So QTY, save the changes. Now you can get the overall quantity. All right, so you can see the price, what is the price of that product, and how much quantity that you added over there. So, and I need to display the quantity also along with this. So what I need to do is, let me wrap this into a separate view, and let me paste this, and inside here I need to paste one more thing, but this time I'm just going to display the quantity, not the price. So let's keep this flex row, item center, justified center, and space X, it's going to be 3. Save these changes. What's the mistake? What's the mistake over there? Nothing. Let's add the cart. Add it. Cart screen. Yeah, it's displaying. It's showing it. I don't know why it's crashing every time. So let me bring a bracket. So now you can see the quantity over there, and along with that we can able to see that the price of it, space X1. So how much quantity that you purchased. So let me display the text like this, QTY : quantity. All right, so that's looking much better now. So price, overall calculated price, and the quantity over there. Okay, so or else what we can do is, instead of keeping this stuff over here like that, I can able to display the quantity in a separate way. So this is not looking much better. So what we can do, this is one kind of approach. So I'm just going to comment it, and I'm just going to keep the text alone, this quantity alone. So let me copy this, and I'm going to paste it over here. just the price alone, and I'm going to display the quantity separately. All right, so then the text, we need to customize the styles of the text and everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy the styles for each text over there. I'm going to paste it over here like this for that. And for the description, this is should be a smaller text, and the quantity, it should be a little bit, the price field, it should be a little bit bigger like this, right? So then I need to bring the quantity over here. So this is the view of the text. It's where it's completed. The text section is completed over here. So then after that, what I need to do, I need to bring the third section. Let's say quantity section something. Let's give it in that way. So then over here, I need to bring a view tag, and for this view, I'm going to say class name, and the class name is going to be I think the view is not necessary, because unless if you're going to display this delete button over there, you need to keep the view and you need to add that specific button options and everything. But in this case, what we are going to do, we are going to use the gestures handling, right? When I swipe right, I need to bring the delete button, and if I swipe right completely, I need to delete this item from the cart. So to keep it simple, I'm just going to bring the quantity directly over here. Why I need like this, but the quantity is looking very similar. So what we can do, let's bring a view and wrap it inside a border, and we can display it. So flex row, item center, justify center, and space X is going to be 4 inside, and rounded Excel, and border, we need the border, and the border gray is going to be 300. All right, so px is going to be 3, and py is going to be 1, and margin left is going to be auto. Inside this, I'm going to add the quantity. So now you can see the quantity is pushed completely to the right side corner. So this looks much better in my view. So you can choose whatever the design, that's up to you. All right, so now the cart items card is successfully completed. So the next remaining part is nothing but we need to bring this promo code, and we need to bring this total, subtotals, and this proceed to checkout options and everything. So that's what we are going to do next. All right then, so now let's go ahead and apply this promo code. So what we have to do is, so let's scroll up, and we need to figure out where the view is finishing. Okay, so this is the place where the view is finishing. So I need to add the promo code over here. So this is for promo code section, promo code sections. Well, over here I need to bring the view, and of course first I need to make sure that view is taking the complete width. So width full, and padding, of course it's going to be 8 or something. And well, inside this view I'm going to bring one more view, which is practically going to be this particular section. All right, that white area. So for that, I'm going to bring the, of course it's going to be width full, and padding on all sides, it's going, sorry, in the left and right it's going to be 2, and height, of course it's going to be 16, not 1 by 6, 16, and of course it's going to be rounded Excel, and the background, the BG color is going to be white color. BG, it's going to be white color, and flex, it's going to be row, item center, justify center. And then finally, now what we need to do is inside this inside this I need to bring a text input. So let's bring the text input, make sure that is imported properly. And well, over here I'm going to add a placeholder. So placeholder, and basically that placeholder is going to be promo code, and then class name, it's going to be, let's say, the text base, and px4, and font, it's going to be the semi bold, and text color, it's going to be #555. Then flex 1, it should take the flex complete, the available width, whatever the width is available there, it should take that complete width. So flex 1, and top and bottom it's going to be 1 inside the space, and save these changes. So now you can able to see that particular option. And right after here, I'm going to bring that the button, which is going to be the touchable opacity, and the class name it's going to be like px3 py2 rounded XL, and PG color it's going to be the black color. And inside here I'm going to bring the text box, text, and I'm going to type the text called apply, and the text styles are going to be, text should be in a white color, and the text size should be the large. Save the changes. So now you can able to see that options over there. But the problem is the text is not style, which is not sitting properly. Why? Did I miss anything? I don't think so. I didn't miss anything. Everything is perfectly fine with this full, and I think I missed one second. Minus MT1. Say this changes. So this is for the text style. So what I'm missing over here, px3 py2, inside this I think I missed the padding over here, so py1 or something. Yeah, that's the thing it's missing over there. So let's keep the padding as 2, and that will be perfectly fine. So I'm missing the padding over there. Now you can see that is looking perfectly good. All right, so this -1, it's because when I'm pushing something, the text box is going beyond this limit, so it's not coming in the straight line. So that's the reason to adjust it. I just increase the margin effect over there. So these are just trial and error, so adjust it until you feel comfortable with it. All right, so now the promo code is, it's done. Then what we need to do, we need to bring this subtotal and all those options and everything. So let's go ahead and do that now. So this is the place where we are finishing that promo section, and now here I'm just going to say total calculation something. All right, so to bring the total calculations, I'm going to create one more view, a view. Okay, so here I'm going to have the class name. It's going to be, the class name is like px8, and width of course it's going to be full, and of course it's going to be flex, and space y it's going to be like 4. All right, inside this now what I need to do is, first I need to bring this subtotal. So let's go ahead and bring that subtotal. So to do that, we have to create a view, class name, and of course it's going to be flex row direction, and item center, and justify between, not center, justify between. Inside this view now what we need to do, we need to bring 2 text options. So let me copy and paste that over here. This is the text which is having large font, semi-bold, same colors, which are exactly the same thing what we did for the previous text. Then I'm going to paste it one more time. This time the text size is going to be, the text color is going to be black color. All right, so this is going to be like a text XL size, font semi-bold, and this is the place where we need to get the total, right? We need to get the total. So to get the total, what I need to do is, I'm going to calculate the total right now. So we need to create a new state first. So for the time being, the text is going, let be empty. So here I'm going to create a new state, use state is equals to total, and that's total is going to be initially as a 0 value, right? So then what I'm going to do is, I'm going to get that we need to create a use effect method. Using the use effect hook, I can able to calculate the total. Use effect, open it, an arrow function, and the dependencies. All right, so here whenever the cart items are changing, this needs to be re-rendered, and the total needs to be calculated perfectly. Think about it, we're having 3 different products, and I need to add all these products total. So what I need to do is, I need to calculate, let's say let main total as a 0 initially. Then what I'm going to do is, if cart items, if the cart items dot length, length is greater than 0, that means we have some data in it. So in that situation, we need to calculate the total, or else we are not supposed to do that. So cart items dot map. So I need to extract every single item from it. Then I need to loop through it. So that's the reason I'm using the map function. Now here, I'm just trying to say console.log. We are trying to find out the total price, right? Inside the item, we do have the data object and we do have the price field in it. I need to multiply it with item.quantity. So let's save the changes and let's show it. You can see 19.98, 8.99, 7.99. So we are getting some data over there. So I'm just going to hide it. And then here, what I need to do is, so I need to add those things into a main total. So this is giving the total for single object. So every time it's calculating it for single object and it's displaying. So every time when it's loop throwing, once it's calculated for single object, I need to store it in a temporary variable so that I can able to keep track all the separate products totals, right? So main total plus equals to, that means main total equals to main total plus this function. Let me copy it and paste it over there. So once you calculated, got the main total, I'm just going to say set main total to our total state. All right, this is it. So save these changes. Now I have the total object over there. So what I need to do is, so the place where I'm displaying the subtotal, this is the place I need to bring that total object. So while before displaying it, what I need to do is I need to convert it into a float. So I'm just going to say parse float of total to fix a digit of 2 digits. I need to, after the decimal units, I need only 2 digits. Now we can able to see that. All right. So now we can able to see this. So what I need to do is, so I think I need to wrap this thing into a view. Let me show you why. So just like the same way, I need to create one more text, and for that I'm going to keep the text size as SM and capitalize everything, and text gray 300, which is going to be USD. And this view, it's going to be like flex row, item center, justify center, and space X is going to be 1. So save these changes. Now you can able to see that option. So it's not capitalized, it's going to be uppercase. All right. So text color, it's going to be 200 or something. 100. I think it's get changed. Color, it's not typically working over there. Oh, this is not too gray. This is supposed to be text gray. My bad. Text gray 300. All right, it's to 500. Okay, that's perfect, right? This is how we need to display it over there. That's looking good. Now, just like the same way, after this over here, you can see we have a small line. To do that, what I need to do is, this is the place where our division is getting finished. So right after here, I need to bring one more view, and that view is going to have a class name called width full, and height of that particular view, it's going to be 2 pixels, and BG, it's going to be white color. So save these changes. Now you can able to see that color. So just like the same way, what I need to do is I need to copy this and I'm going to paste it. That's for subtotal, and this is for shipping. Let's paste it. I think I missed something. This is the place it's finishing. So let me copy it from here and let me paste it. And this is for grand total. Enter and paste it. So if you save these changes, you can able to see it in that way. But the grand total, it's supposed to be displayed in a different perspective. So what I need to do is, I don't need this line after the grand total. So let's delete it. All right. So just like this before, what I need to do is I need to bring that total number of items in the grand total. To do that, what we need to do is I'm just going to copy this exact same text and I'm going to paste it straight away over here. And here I need to display the cart length, right? So I'm going to wrap this thing completely inside this bracket. So I need an outside bracket. So then I need to display the cart items dot length over there. So that will gives you the total items over there. So after this, I need to say items. That's it. That's all I need to do. But here I don't need this to be an uppercase. Delete the changes, and that's looking good. So after that, margin right, it's going to be like 4 something. Let me push. Okay, so now you can able to see that items and the total, grand total and everything. But what we need to do is, so for the shipping purpose, the second one is for shipping, right? This is for shipping cost. All right, shipping cost. But shipping cost is just going to be $5. So I'm just going to say $5 over there. 5.0. Save these changes. We are fixing it. So over here we need to say grand total plus 5. So that will gives you the okay. So what's the problem? Not there. So we need to add the total, right? So here let's add the total 5.0. So that will convert it, and you can get the grand total over here. So now we successfully completed the overall designs. All right, so we finished this design. So all I have to do is, the remaining part is just to bring this proceed to checkout option. So to do that, let's finish it. And what we need to do is, where is this section is getting ended? This section is finishing right after here, over here. So let's create a view, and basically that view is also, it's going to be with full EX8 and MY4. So we are moving it a little bit further inside. Then what we need to do is, all right, so now what we need to do is, so here I'm just going to bring the touchable opacity. Let's bring the touchable opacity, and inside here I'm going to bring the text, and let's say proceed to checkout, just like that. Then let's customize this part. So to do this, what you need to do is, basically I'm just going to make it as a width full and padding 2 and rounded excel, BG black, flex, item center, justify center. So now it will be in the centered location. Now what we need to do is, we just need to change this text to LG, and text color should be in the white color, and the font semi bold. Save the changes, and now you can able to see that proceed to checkout option. All right, that's looking good. I think PY we need to little bit increase it. Let's make it 3. Now it's looking good. So we just finished all the designs. The only part that we need to fix in this, the cart screen, that we need to delete this on whenever I'm swiping it left side. When I'm swipe it from the right side, I need to remove this item from the cart. So that's what we are about to do next. All right guys, so since we successfully added all the products over here in the cart screen, and the cart screen is successfully completed, so the next important part what we have to do is the gesture. So let's move into and search for React Native gesture handler. If you search for this package, and there if you scroll down, you can able to find this website LogRocket. So open that website, and we can able to find out lots and lots of gesture handlers over here. In this case, we are going to use the swipeable gestures. Okay, this is the one. So this website will help you to really understand how exactly you need to implement that swipeable gestures in your project. So please take your time and go through this completely. So in this case, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to install that specific package first. So let's go ahead and add that package first. So yarn add React Native swipe gesture handler. So that will download that necessary package and install it in our project. So it's successfully added. So then over here, we already added the flat list, and we already rendered our list items and everything. So first what I need to do is, I need to import this swipeable. So let me copy this, and then I'll import it at the top of the list. All right, so now we added that. So then what else we have to do? So I need to go to our the list, basically the list item over here, which is nothing but that's the cart item card which we created. So I need to wrap the complete view that cart item card into the swipeable. So let's go ahead, and what I need to do is, where is the cart item card? This is where. So this complete stuff, let me cut it out, cut it, and I'm just going to say swipeable, and let me put it into it completely over here. So now I wrapped it into completely inside there. So then what I need to do, so if you have a look at over here, we having different kinds of actions: render left actions, render right actions, on swipeable right open, on swipeable left open. So these are different actions that we need to add whenever you're doing some kind of stuff. So first what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the render right actions. So let me copy this, and I'm going to add it for our swipeable. And then second one, and on swipeable right open, whenever I'm swiping right side, I need to open something. So basically this is the function, the action function, and this on swipe, whenever you're swiping up, what exactly that you want to do. So let's go ahead and create that functions first. So let's scroll down, and there you can find this function. So I'm just going to copy this swipe from right function. So that function is supposed to be inside here. So I don't need this console log anymore. Let me delete it. And one more thing is missing, which is nothing but whenever we are having this render right actions, we need to render this particular component, right swipe action component. So if you have a look at it, if you search for where it is here, this is nothing but this is a component which is displaying some view stuff and everything. So let me copy this completely from here, and then I'm going to create that component over here. Okay, so currently it's just displaying some styles and everything. So what we have to do is, let's customize this complete stuff by ourselves. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete it. Keep it simple. I'm just keeping this the right swipe action as an empty component. So here I'm just going to add the view tag. Inside the view tag, I'm going to bring the class name, and of course it's going to have the height as 100%. So width, of course, it's going to be 24, and then flex item center, justify the everything, the inside every element should be in the center, and the background color, it's going to be white color. Now inside this view, I'm going to bring the touchable opacity, and inside this I'm going to bring the font awesome 5, and I'm going to bring that trash icon. So name is going to be trash, and then size is going to be 24, and then the color, it's going to be the black color. All right, so and after that we have to do one more important stuff, which is nothing but what we need to do is, so this entire thing should be wrapped inside. That is one important stuff that we need to do. This entire thing should be inside. Oh, where it is, I missed that point. Come on, everything should be swipeable gestures. This is the place. Okay, so we already added, we imported this, and if you, okay, this is a list item, and then here left right, list items, swipe gestures. I think I missed some. I'm missing something, because this complete swipeable thing should be wrapped into a gesture handler root view. If you're not wrapping it inside the gesture handler root view, it will throw an error. So for instance, let's say if I'm saving this right actions right now, see, I'm getting this error because it's showing that it's not inside the gesture handler root view. Otherwise the swipe gestures will not work. That important point is missing over there in that website. So if you are getting this exact same error, so what you need to do is, we need to import one more package, and we need to wrap that complete stuff into it. So import from React gesture handler. From here, I need to get that gesture handler root view, this one. So then what I need to do is, so let's get to this the safe area where the safe area is been ending. So complete this stuff, entire whatever which is inside the safe area, everything should be inside that gesture handler root view. So let me cut it out and then let me bring that gesture handler root view and put it inside that entire stuff inside that. Save the changes, and now it will be reload, and now the error is resolved. So let me add few products over there. Let me add this one, added, and let me go to that product. Okay, so here now we can able to see the same stuff, and now if I swipe it out, we can able to see this screen, see, and it's giving that alert message also. So whenever you are swiping it, so we need to trigger two important options. What is that? One, we need to display a component, what exactly we need to display it over there, and two, what kind of action that I need to trigger when I'm doing that option. So over here, if you see, if I'm swiping right side, and that is triggering that alert message, see, I can able to see that alert message. Now what I need to do is, whenever I'm swiping right, I need to remove that particular ID from the from where I need to remove that particular ID from the cart items. So let's go ahead and do that now. So what I need to do is, over here I need to get that dispatch option. So const dispatch equals to use dispatch, open it, and inside here all I have to do is to send this ID to the to remove it from a Redux store. So let's say dispatch, open it, and I'm going to use the function called remove from cart, and this function cart, it's needed just an ID. This function is just needed an ID. So I need to call this. Whenever I'm calling this function, I'm going to add the ID and I'm going to send this ID over here. So we know this function like exactly where it's being getting called. All right, so we need to find out the place where we are calling that swipeable action. So this is the place where we are calling that action. So this, whenever I'm opening that swipe action, I need to send the ID from here. So I'm going to cut it and I'm going to call a callback function, and I'm going to set, and I'm going to set that ID over here. So basically we have the ID from item dot underscore ID. So now we have that ID over here. So this ID will be passed to this function, which is nothing but our action inside your cart reducer that will call this particular, this is reducer, where is the action? Let's bring the action over here. So we are calling this remove cart from the cart, and I'm sending the ID. So this type will be triggered, and we are sending the ID over here, and that will trigger this particular case. And except that ID, we are going to filter it and we are pushing it again to the same cart. All right, so let's see how exactly it's working right now. So now if I remove this, look at that, that is successfully removed from our cart item. So the cart screen is instantly re-rendered. So let's see, let's remove this one, down, remove it, and look at that, the price is also getting updated. Let me remove this, the very biggest one. See, the price is also getting updated. And if I remove this also, and my cart item screen, it's completely empty right now. All right, so let's go ahead and try one more time. Now it is not supposed to show over here as an added because I removed that product from that there. Now I can increase it and add it again. Let me go there, and you can see that cart items instantly. Let me remove it, it's removed, and let me get back over there, and again you can see it's not showing that option. How cool is this? So we finally finished our series. I hope you enjoyed a lot. And if you're facing any problems throughout the sessions or throughout this courses or anything, just drop the comments and just drop the questions in the comment or description below. All right, see you in the next course.